What if I told you there's a simple way to look younger and more attractive?
Been shown in studies to actually make you look younger.
I actually really notice. You know me, I'm always like Mr. Skeptic.
What if I told you there's a simple way to look younger and more attractive?
Been shown in studies to actually make you look younger.
I actually really notice. You know me, I'm always like Mr. Skeptic.
evil and demons. Let Jesus rule in this country. We've had a country for 4 years being held hostage with evil and demons. And that's what you're supporting. So God bless you too, and I'll pray for you.
You think that the Democrats are evil demons, right?
I think Satan is using a lot of them and they don't even know it, but I think a lot of them are working with him, yes.
So where in the Christian Bible does it say that you should hit on 10-year-old girls or women like Trump has?
Where are you getting that information? From the liberal media?
It's a clip of Trump where he was walking up an escalator in 1996 and he told a 10-year-old girl coming down on the other side that he'd like to date her in 10 years.
What's the backstory? What's the backstory? You see, you weren't even alive. What year were you born? 93, 94?
You said you were a Christian. Were you alive during Jesus' resurrection?
No, but he lives inside of me, in my life. I feel him every day. There is no LGBTQ. We are man and woman here.
Wait, let's clarify about this. So what is a man?
A man has DNA of a male and has a...
Okay, quick question. Is God the Father a man?
What?
Is God the Father a man?
God is God. God is God.
Yeah, but is he a he, him?
The sovereign. He is our sovereign God.
You just called him a he, so he's a he, him?
He is a he.
Can only men be he, hims?
Yes.
So that means God the Father's a man?
Of course. Well, yeah, if you're going to put it like that, of course. He is a male. Yes.
Does God the Father have XY chromosomes?
I haven't even thought about that. I'm a minister, by the way.
Yeah. Check. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. Yo, you got the power in the palm of your hands. I mean, literally, 52 flashcards, all about black history. They focus on success and less about misery. Information is the missing piece. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street or the Haitian Revolution? How about Angela Davis or Huey Newton? Mark Dean helped create IBM. Richard Wright was a poet. Have you ever heard of him? Get familiar with your culture. Women like Evelyn Granville probably paid the way for Oprah. I'm trying to be fly like Miss Bessie Coleman or like James Baldwin. I could be a spokesman. Man, the power of the black fist. What you know about the 68 Olympics? Dick Gregory, yeah, he kept it realer than most. Dr. King was instilling the hope. Let's keep it going.
Open your eyes.
Open your eyes, everybody, and welcome to Sunday Dinner, another episode. One day I have to do some countdown to figure out how many episodes have we done of Sunday Dinner. But either way, I appreciate y'all for joining us each and every Sunday as we gather around Grandma's table and have these conversations. As we say, pull up a chair and wait a minute, I got my wrong text up here. Y'all know I like to get it wrong. A lot around here. Why do I always do this? I swear I'll be set. I'll be ready to go. Anyway, there we go. All right. Yeah, I'm hungry. I like that, Greg. Appreciate y'all being here as usual. What is Sunday Dinner? Again, it's not your average Zoom call. This is a family reunion for the culture. Every single week that we do here at Urban Intellectuals, a table that stretches across the diaspora. You ever walk into Grandma's house and instantly feel that love in the air, that warm, soulful energy that wraps around you before your dinner plate even hits the table? That's the vibe here at Sunday Dinner with yours truly, Freddie Taylor. Again, every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we log on like we're knocking at the screen door, ready to gather and speak truth. To speak truth and to feed our souls. This isn't a lecture. It isn't a panel. It's a cultural family meeting hosted by folks that care about where we have been and where we are going as a community. Expect laughter, healing, bold conversations, and yes, some real talk that might even shake the table in the best way possible. We hold space for one another. We lift each other up, and we always leave fuller than when we came. So make sure you pull up a chair. And it matters because it's the spirit behind the table, right? From the front porch to the living room, from Big Mama's kitchen to the backyard cookout, we've always known that real conversations don't happen at work. They don't happen in the classroom. They happen where we gather, where we feel safe, where we feel love. Sunday Dinner is our digital revival of this sacred space. We talk Black wealth, mental health, culture, politics, parenting, travel, business, legacy, and more. With the kind of honesty and joy that you only get when you're around your people, around your community. And this is where the stories get passed down, ideas get turned into action, and community turns into family. Again, hosted by yours truly, Freddie Taylor, the CEO and founder of Urban Intellectuals. I want to say thank you for being here and welcome to Sunday Dinner. Let's have a wonderful discussion today and jump into the conversations that can kind of help us move forward and propel our community forward, could propel our families forward, propel our children forward, and propel ourselves forward. That's at least the goal that we set out to achieve here. Today is Stolen Identity, reclaiming our legacy for the next generation. That's the conversation that we're having because we got a big event going on tomorrow, right? If y'all aren't familiar with it, we have our Stolen Identity Symposium, coming up tomorrow on Labor Day, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We love to do events on federal holidays. Many of us are sitting around at home, so we might as well enjoy, engage, learn, and grow together. So I appreciate y'all being here this afternoon. We're going to have a good discussion, but I want to remind you, right, that this is a collaborative discussion, right? This is something that we should be doing together. Let me make a quick note. Okay. This is a collaborative discussion, right? I would love to hear and get your feedback. Give me a one in the comments if you're new to Sunday Dinner, whether you're on Zoom or whether you're on YouTube. Please participate. The participation makes everything better, right? So drop that down in the comments. Give me a two in the comments if you've been here before. That's normally how I kick things off. We buy a little time. People start to wade in. Grandma's been looking for you. So hopefully you're ready to have a good plate, good conversation, and really enjoy being communing with one another, right? We need to get the community back together. And this is how we're doing it here at Urban Intellectuals by hosting these discussions. All right, got some tools coming through. Appreciate you being here, good brother Greg, and participating, right? That's always a plus. So we appreciate that as well. Got my ones coming through. We got a couple of those in the building. All right, so we appreciate y'all as well for being here. Thank you for showing up. Grandma's been looking for you, right? You're the missing cousins, right? So we're trying to bring the family back together. Hey, do me a favor. What's happening, brother David? Peace and blessings to you, man. Glad to be back on Zoom. The link was lost for a while. Yeah, Greg, we were kind of messing around with some stuff, right? Trying to get some things together. So some things got lost in the shuffle. So I think we're getting that back together. And I see people are dragging in now. So that is good. So I'm excited about where we're going with the program. We're kind of ironing things out. I got some twos on YouTube, got some ones. Hey, welcome to all our new people. Hey, let me know where you're watching from as well. So you drop that down in the comments where you are gathering, right, virtually to Grandma's house. So we appreciate you pulling up a chair and engaging with us today. So let me ask the question: how many of you are registered for our event tomorrow? Right, this is our. I swear, like before I come on, y'all, I swear I'll be having all my links. They be like right here, and then I turn on the camera and like stuff just, I don't know what happens, right? Like that is like the story of the day around here at Urban Intellectuals, at least when I'm trying to go live and engage in these conversations. But give me a me in the comments if you're already registered for our Stolen Identity Black History Symposium, right? Stolen Identity, Our Legacy, Our Children's Future, how to restore what was stolen to give our children truth, not trauma. I got some great conversations coming up tomorrow, again at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully you have an opportunity to join us. Yeah, give me a me in the comments if you already registered. If you haven't, let me drop that link down for you. Register here, so that you can make sure that you can come and join us tomorrow if you are available. We definitely appreciate you for showing up. But we're going to have a great conversation and a great time as well. I can't wait for y'all to hear the discussions that we got from Sister Gwen Ebron and Brother Jamal Valaire. Register here. Everything is free to show up and come on and engage with us. And come on and get down, right? So copy that. All right, Houston, Texas, and the suburbs. We got Jamaica, New York. Appreciate you, Karen and Greg, for participating and being here. Let me see where my YouTube audience is at. We got Florida in the building. Hey, Latonia, appreciate you joining. Yes, Tamikia. Appreciate that. All right. We got the Magic Maddie in the building. All right, Georgia, not registered. Come on, Catherine, go ahead and click the link, girl. Come on and register and join us for this wonderful conversation. We're going to continue to build, right? One thing that has been weighing on us, right? I'll say that is we talk a lot, right? We do a lot of talking, but we got to get more into action mode. So we've been crafting this discussion around what can we do? How can we move our community forward? How can we move our children forward? How can we have more immediate impact? And that's what we're going to kind of talk about. That's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Registered. All right, Greg. Thank you. Good brother. At the Stolen Identity Symposium, right? Our legacy, our children's future. We got to stop playing games, right? And Sister Gwen Ebron is going to deliver a fiery conversation that's going to challenge you, right? to stop talking and to get into action. And that's really what I'm looking forward to, and having these conversations, because I'm learning. It's like we've been doing this for a while, yeah. Urban Intellectuals will be 10 years old here in December 2nd of 2025, right? But I've been learning throughout this journey. Man, many of us don't know our history, we don't know our culture, and we don't know how important that is to our identity, to who we are, how we feel, how we move, how we act, and how we expect others to engage us, which is why I'm excited to have Jamal Valaire come and discuss with us, right? He's an expert in neuroscience. So we're going to talk about the brain a bit tomorrow, right? And its impact on our lives and our futures, not only as adults, but from a children's perspective as well. So I'm really looking forward to that, because this not understanding history, not understanding culture, not understanding propaganda that's being forced upon us, starting when we're children, even in our cartoons, is really having a negative impact on us. And we have to do something about it, right? And so we're going to talk specifically about what to do about that tomorrow. I want to bring up one other thing. Hey, I want to encourage you to grab not only the replay, but our VIP access, right? So grab your VIP access, grab VIP access as well. We're doing something a little bit differently, and adding a bit more to the offer. Oh, I hate that link. Anyway, it is, let me shorten this really quick. So I don't want you to just get the information that we're going to give away tomorrow. I want you to also go ahead and grab the VIP access as well. Here we go. Yeah, grab the VIP access as well, so that we can build on this discussion, right? So that you can make sure that you get everything that you might have missed, and so that you can go a little bit deeper, because we got some special bonuses and offers to go along with that. So you'll see a little bit more of that tomorrow. But once you registered, you should have seen that offer. But this is the page to give you an opportunity. It's just $7 to get the replay, or $27 to get the VIP access with all of the bonuses that go along with it. You're going to want to get everything to dive into this with us a bit further, right? And then, hey, how many of y'all, give me me in the comments if you knew we launched a book this week, right? Or last week. I'm sorry. Like last week, y'all, we did a thing, as they say. Last week we did a thing, right? And the thing that we did was we launched a book, right? It's called 50 Truths They Tried to Erase. It's been a long time coming, but I'm really proud of the work that we've done, and the information that we're putting out there to the community, centered around this book, right? 50 Truths They Tried to Erase, Black Power, Culture, and Resistance Uncovered. But check it out. The thing about this book is this isn't just another book, right? This isn't just another book about history, right? What's different about this particular book is how it's constructed, right? So there are 50 chapters, and each one talks about a specific piece of history that's been mislabeled, misinformed, we've been undereducated about, let's just say it. Most of the time we've been downright lied about when it comes to these things. But each one of those items, or each one of those 50 chapters, is written a bit differently, right? We have a 4-part framework where we dive into the real story, we dive into the stuff that is missing, but more importantly, we get to the solutions and how we can use this information in our lives today. And then it gets down to micro challenges or micro actions that you can use to put forth in your life, in your children's lives, and in the community around you. So this isn't just about learning history. This is about learning history and then applying it to your life, right? And I was in a team meeting, and we were talking about this, and I was like, oh man, this is like a great angle. People really are enjoying that. And our COO, Ian, said, He said, hey man, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. And I'm like, duh, Freddie, it really is, right? Learn from the past to create the future. That's really the mantra inside of the Sankofa Club, right? Learn from the past to create the future. This is really what Sankofa is about, right? Learning, going back to our history, going back to our culture, bringing the best parts forward and the lessons forward with us so we can create the future that we all desire. And this book is written in the Sankofa principle around that as well. So I want to encourage you to go ahead and grab that as well. Push us over the hump. We're on the best-selling list right now. So I was really excited about that and glad to see the reception for the book, right? And I can assure you, yes, there are more coming, right? We got some other things in store for you as well to continue to build on this theme and build on this idea that we can continue to grow through learning, right? And application, right? Not just learning for the sake of learning, not just learning for saying, oh, hey, I know more than about Black history than somebody else, right? Learning so that we can put those things into practice, put those things into action. Give me book in the comments if you actually purchased the book, right? And if you actually purchased the book, please hop over to the Amazon page and leave us a review as well. We're trying to get to 50 reviews for 50 truths, right? Let me drop that in here. All right. I've said a lot already. 50 truths. There we go. So I'll get you the direct link here. And right now you can only purchase on Amazon. We haven't put that in our store just yet. We're still working on some things, checking some things out to make sure that it's going to be right. So let me know if you grabbed the book already. We definitely appreciate y'all. I know people have definitely been showing up and grabbing it. So we definitely appreciate that. Can we direct order? I'm still boycotting Amazon. I'm not mad at you for that, Greg. Not just yet. Hey, Queen AJ. All right, you are in the building, right? Yeah. Not just yet. We are going to put it in our store at some point. I want to say, man, why do they do that? I hate that long link, y'all, but I ain't got time to like go and try to get that out. Anything after the question mark, this is just for y'all to know. Amazon book. This is just for your information. I won't even post the whole thing on YouTube. So anyway, y'all on YouTube, you have to check out that first link that I sent. You'll get it, right? Does it benefit you? Does it benefit you more to order it from Amazon or directly? It would benefit us more to order it directly, but we do not offer it on our store just yet. So we're just using it we're just pushing to Amazon right now. Probably around October, we may have it in the store. But there may be another book by then, right? So we may be working on something in the back end, right? Or did I I guess I gave it away. But yeah, so there'll be a bit more. So we'll start to add that. But Amazon takes like 40% of the revenues of things that are sold on their platform, which is a bit frustrating. And I know a lot of people dislike that, but there are a lot of people that only shop on Amazon and they are afraid of online companies, right? Because a lot of people are scamming out there. So I don't really blame anybody that has that disposition, nor do I blame people who are banning Amazon, right? We got to protect ourselves and our money how we see fit. So there's a lot of that. So some people just really prefer Amazon, and Amazon has built up a trust with a lot of folks that, if something goes wrong, they're going to get their money back. Their credit card information is secured rather than buying from a small vendor who might have some nefarious activities going on or might be subjected to hacking or vulnerability. So a lot of people are skeptical of small businesses. I understand, it's a bit frustrating to pay Amazon 40% of your sales, but they also have the pipeline. They also have the people available, right? So there are a lot of benefits, pros and cons to shopping selling through Amazon. Let me put it that way. So we have to weigh those. And it's been a good way to launch the book to judge interest and start to build engagement around it. So now I think that it's clear that y'all like our book. It's clear that y'all like our thinking and our process around it. You like our four-step framework, right, for framing the book. I'm getting a lot. I'm reading a lot of. Let me bring up one. I'll quickly get to this.
Does Amazon benefit you too from a bestsellers perspective right now? Does it help you reach a bestsellers list?
Yeah, Amazon bestseller list. Yeah, definitely. But they don't count Amazon sales towards like the New York Times bestseller list or anything like that. That's yeah, a lot of this bestseller stuff is really pay to play, right? Like, so if you pay you pay the New York Times, you can have a bestseller, right? But yeah, so if you start to make the Amazon rankings and the list, then they promote your book more and more because obviously Amazon wants you to sell more because the more you sell, the more they make. So if it's hot, they'll definitely push it. So there's definitely benefit in that. And there's a lot of exposure that comes from it because there are a lot of people who don't know who we are, who have never been connected to anything that we've done. But then they see this book come through their feed, or y'all know how Amazon do. Like you go look for something, they're like, oh, people who purchased this also purchased this, right? So then your book
Right.
starts to show up there and it starts to build. Um, so yeah, and then you gotta some people think Amazon is the devil, right? Like, so it's like you gotta just kind of you gotta navigate these spaces as an entrepreneur, how you see fit, and what's gonna be best for you. All right, yeah, it can be interesting. Yeah, no, I appreciate Amazon for what they do. I wish I would have built it, right? I remember being in college when Bezos kicked off Amazon selling books and everybody thought he was crazy, right? Everybody thought it was a silly idea. Who's going to buy books off of Amazon, right? Who's going to buy shoes? You got to try your shoes on first. And now look at us buying everything. Hey, baby, how you doing? All right. Yeah, all right. I got Freddie love the kids. All right. You got me there. Yeah, hello. All right, good to see you. Appreciate you being here. All right, Devonna, what we cooking in here? We cooking in here today. All right, I see some. Is that lettuce or cabbage? What we got going on there? All right, I'm all in y'all cameras today, y'all. Oh, what we got going? We got real Sunday dinner going on, right? We about to eat. All right. I ain't mad at you. What you cooking today? I'm nosy now. Like now, I done asked. You stop showing it.
It's gonna be a salad with salami.
A salad with salami.
Salami, chickpeas. I'm gonna give it a shot. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? Could be good.
It could be delicious. It could be
Exactly.
delicious. I
With
love it. I
cheese,
love it.
how can it go wrong?
How could you go wrong, right? Especially if you like some salami, right? I definitely love it
Correct.
myself. All right. I think I got all of my stuff together, right? I'm talked around a lot of stuff. I talked to you about the symposium. I mean, yeah, the Stolen Identity event coming up tomorrow, 1 p.m. I talked about the book. We warmed up Sunday dinner a bit. I want to dive into some of the discussion. I think all right, we got enough cousins in here now. All right, I see 25 of y'all here on the Zoom. I appreciate y'all being here. And my YouTube family is growing in the building. Appreciate y'all being here as well. Ginger pineapple chicken. All right, Catherine, that's what she's making today. That sounds good to me. Ginger pineapple chicken. All right, Catherine, let us know how that turns out. But again, appreciate y'all being here. Let's dive into a bit of conversation. Um, again, I talked about we're getting ready for our stolen identity, right? So tonight I want to warm that conversation up so that we're prepared to show up strong tomorrow, right? Hey, hopefully y'all are coming out tomorrow, right? We're definitely gonna have a good time. I got a really great lineup for you. As I think I mentioned, it's gonna be a wonderful discussion. So hopefully you don't miss it. But I want to start to open up the microphone and kind of get you involved in the conversations because I want to kind of frame the conversation that we're going to have tomorrow, right? We're talking about identity theft, right? But not really about credit cards, but not stolen credit cards or stolen identity, which is a nightmare. Any of y'all ever been a victim of Yeah, let's start there. Let me back up. Anybody, give me a me in the comments if you've ever been a victim of identity theft. This is like a real nightmare. And somebody got to do something about it. Like I don't know. I I was about to lie again, not lie, but I was about to omit some stuff, right? I have been a victim of identity theft, like for real. Like, well, financial identity theft. Like somebody got a hold of my social, went out and charged up a bunch of stuff. And it literally took me years to get that erased off of my credit, right? Despite the fact that I didn't live in any of these places. There's no record of me being there. It took literal years to get that identity undone. And I just realized somebody got a NICOR bill in my name from like 2019, from a place that I never lived at before in my life as well, right? I got like a $600 bill, right? And of course, they're trying to tell me I got to pay it. That's another discussion, but it's like, man, this is wild. Identity theft is a wild thing. So when you think about identity theft in turn, I got a couple of me's coming through. I received the book. Hey, Professor Maven, appreciate you. Thank you for purchasing and supporting, good brother. My mom had an identity theft. Yeah, it is a real nightmare to fix, right? And so if you think about identity theft in terms of your finances, it's a nightmare. But what if your identity has been stolen from your history or your culture, right? Like if it takes us years to get your financial identity back in order, the theft of your history and your culture seems to take generations, right? Like it's like that is a scary thing. And this is literally what we are living through. And I know a lot of us are just so busy trying to make it and live life and support our loved ones that it's hard to kind of sit back and kind of think about these more macro issues. But these macro issues are really weighing on us on a daily basis. To have, our name stolen, our languages stolen, our legacy stolen. Like if you think about the impact of that, it's like, oh, well, Freddie, we all speak this kind of language now. Everything is going to be okay. But you had something that tied you to people tens of thousands of years ago, thousands of years ago, through these cultural practices, these understandings, and that ancestral knowledge that had been built up and has been literally ripped away from us. Not to mention the school systems, right? And the school systems teaching, right, is still in our history, the media outlets and these lies. Hey, how many of y'all, I'm coming to a question where I'm gonna open it up, y'all, I promise. But I've been having fun on the Facebook page lately. I don't know if y'all been chiming in. Am I still sharing? I'm still sharing my screen, huh? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, but my bad for all of that. But I was sharing, and I'm talking about the media distortions right now. I was sharing this. All right, now I got to remember, Freddie, you're sharing your screen, so unshare it when we're done. I shared this and folks lost their minds, y'all. Very frightening statistic. 81 to 86% of all white people killed in America are killed by other white people. Y'all, if you go through this comment thread, I don't know if y'all like comedy or if you want to get mad. I don't know how you want to play it. But this thread has totally erupted all over the place, right? Folks, these white folks are upset over this. Oh my God, this is manipulation of numbers and statistics. This is propaganda. I can't believe you would post something like that. That doesn't even make sense. White on white crime, because of course I'm in here talking about white on white crime now, right? And all of a sudden, it's clear that they understand that numbers and statistics can be manipulated and in order to push an agenda, right? Because you got to start talking in context of white folks for them to even have the capacity to be like, wait, you mean black on black crime is a myth? You mean this isn't a thing? You mean crime is a geographical thing? Like people tend to commit crimes around people that they live by. And we're all segregated, whether we want to call it segregation or not. There may be a few of us that are more mixed communities, but the vast majority of America is segregated as all get out, right? So this media distortion and these lies, which we cover in the book, by the way, is just a thing that is running rampant here in America. And I'm just trying to lay some pictures, I'm painting some background for some conversation. So the question is like, what do we do though, right? Like it's like people understand when you talk about it in context of them, but what do we do? Right? I believe it though. Oh no, it's true. These were that was like I was being facetious with all of that, but that was the FBI statistics, right? Like they put that out, right? Like is that manipulation? I don't know, but I know like the school shootings. Anyway, leave that alone. I don't want to get too fired up, but all of these conversations can be distorted, right? But what are we going to do to reclaim it for our children, right? So the discussion questions that I want to start to engage y'all with here, particularly today, is the first thing is, when did you realize that the history you were taught in schools were incomplete, or was it a lie? Give me an age range down in the comments. When did you start to realize everything is not adding up? When did you start to realize that the stories that they're telling or the history that they're giving out it just kind of didn't make sense? And I'll add something to that question, and please somebody raise their hand and join in and let me know like when and how old you were. But did it just not make sense to you? Or did you have somebody around you that was saying, hey man, like, this history is not really adding up? Or, how does Columbus, which Columbus Day is coming up, y'all, which is still a thing here in the United States. How does Columbus discover a land that people have been living there for thousands of years? Like, how does that even occur? Like, is there somebody in your ear? Did you wake up? Oh, I see somebody saying their 30s, right? All right, I love that. Great. Raise your hand. I would love to talk to you as well. Professor, maybe let me let you in on the conversation. Then I got good brother Carl coming in, and online, Magic Maddie says 3rd grade was when she started to question things and waking up. Yeah. Hey, good brother, how you doing?
All right. Hey, my father, I don't know if some of y'all remember, we used to call it the idiot box, the TV, and the cellar of knowledge. My father used to take me down to the cellar of knowledge, open up books, talking about the Mayflower and everything, how it came across and all the debunks of information. But I would say really, what I really found out as an adult is when I left the borders of this country and I saw the truth. And I'm like, now that definitely didn't make any sense. Our education is a miseducation, and there's a reason why. Because if you control the power, if you control the information, you control the people, you control the power, And so it's just something been embedded in me by my father, who said he raised me up as a Kunta Kinte baby up into the stars when I was born, So he was a civil rights activist in his school. He gave up his military, I mean, not his military, but his athletic promise that he could have went forth, and protected his, brothers and sisters and fought for the rights, of his people and stuff. So I've been kind of part of it since I was born. It's been embedded in me. But definitely when I left the borders of this country, it definitely showed the truth. You go around France, England, and all around Europe, you see Black statues everywhere, and you are honored as a brother. They know more about what's happened to you than you know yourself, and that's why I would say it woke me up on a lot of different things.
I like that, brother. I like that. Thank you for sharing. Stick around.
I am, bro.
I got some more for you. For sure. Hey, brother Carl, come on in and join this conversation. How old were you when the scales started to fall from your eyes, as they say?
Well, very much like Professor Maven, I was kind of born to be this way. I'm Carl John Gray III. So I would have to say start with Carl Sr. Like, he was revolutionary at heart. Like, I've only known him to be a revolutionary for the entire time that he was alive. And he had me questioning everything from the very beginning. He's the one, he would always say, know your history. Where's your pride? Like wanting me to know Black history first and foremost. Before questioning anything, it was like, know yourself, right? So it naturally made me question when I walked into school, which got me in so much trouble, right? You know, and then my dad, he took on some of that too as well. But when he got locked up is when it really helped because he was working for the chaplain and that gave him access to the library and a bunch of books. And so he just started sending me books home, you know, and I'm at the age of 5 when he gets locked up. So age 5 through 7, he's sending books home. I don't start reading them until after he comes out and he put them in my room. And they were sitting in my room, and every time I would get in trouble, which was a lot, I would have to go on my. So I read Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys at 10 years old, right? Autobiography of Malcolm X the same year. Then what happened is my pastor, she started exposing the lies about what people were saying about blacks in the Bible and is the original, Hebrews. Like she started exposing that type of stuff. So I've been blessed my entire life of just like being able to question things and just look at the lens in a way to say, hold up, what is the truth? What is the truth? Then from a scholastic standpoint, in school, it started in the 5th grade. While my teacher was white, there was a Black male teacher named Mr. Sutton that adopted every boy in the 5th grade. We was all his, right? And so, he had a thing called MAX, Male Achievement Excellence, Black Male Achievement Program. And that would do it. That really put a lot of it into me. So it was just like everywhere I got to get it. And then in the 8th grade, Muslim brother named, his name was Mr. Barton, his name now Mr. Shabazz. This man had such an impact on my life. That's why I went to Hampton, and it was the only school I applied to, right? But him and another teacher named Mr. Phillips, they wrote grants to replace the textbooks that we had for U.S. history. He's a U.S. history teacher, and they wrote grants to change the textbooks to get different textbooks for us to learn from. So I was blessed to be able to, just so many places being exposed. And so I became the kid telling everybody there's no Santa Claus when stuff was being taught in high school and college. I'm like, nah, Columbus couldn't have done that because he didn't even get here. It's like he didn't even get to America. Nah. And she's like, I'm like, well, tell me if I'm only in trouble if I'm wrong. Right. Then I get in trouble because I would be belligerent and disturbing. And that part comes out. And they like, I can't get you for being wrong, but I get you for being bad. So but yeah, I was blessed. Even when I got to college and I went to HBCU, I had to call out some teachers on some stuff that that wasn't quite correct. So I was kind of born into it. So I was able to spot lies before they could even infiltrate me because I had such a strong foundation at home with my grandfather, my father, my mother, my pastor, and then teachers that I had.
I love that. I love that. So the village around you, right? So that's what I'm hearing out of the first two speakers, right? The village around them is really important for this kind of development. I wanted to bring Brother Greg in. Brother Greg, can you unmute? Let me
Sure. Hey, Freddie, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Hey, good to see you again. It's been a while since I've been able to join the Zoom. So
Yeah,
it's wonderful
appreciate
to be back. Wonderful to be back. I said my 30s. Honestly, the real education has even been later than that because I'm putting it through my brain. But also to what Carl just said, well, I said my 30s because that's when I got involved with other family members, learning about my own family. Grew up in Washington, D.C., didn't realize how many of my family had passed. I didn't know about a lot of that because I just thought we were just high yellow Negroes living in Southeast DC. That's the way we were raised, Did not know all the stuff that I know now, which is coming fast forward, dealing with a lot of my family who was raised white, meeting their Black cousins, and forging things because some of them are MAGA. It's a whole. I know we don't bring politics into this, but it is something that I'm dealing with within my own family because they were raised white, rural white. Then I'm like, oh, but hey, hi, I'm your cousin. I'm your second cousin. So dealing with that, but that started my journey. Then I moved to Europe right after 9/11. I was living in New York and I moved to Europe, and I had a situation there where I was, my friends were friends with a husband and wife that the husband was actually an African prince from an African country, which I did not know. We were out at an event, and this woman thought I was white because back then I was real light skinned. I've been living in the West for like 20, 30 years. So I've, got a little brown. And I was like, nah, I ain't white, I'm black. And so I didn't think it was a big deal until we went back to the apartment and his wife, the prince's wife, pulled me aside and said she was very proud of me for saying that because a lot of people, if they could pass for white, they would claim that. And I'm like, no, I mean, there is no, and at that time I didn't even know my own DNA. I hadn't done my DNA test. So that was part of history there for me to start learning there. Then fast forward, did the DNA test, and I found out, which was still a shock to me when I say it, I keep it on my phone. I'm literally almost a 50-50 split of black and white.
Okay.
And to this day, it still is weird to me when I look at my, my DNA thing because it constantly updates as well. And it's still staying at that. It does not change from that point. It's like I'm 54% black.
You did Ancestry.com?
I did Ancestry. And then my sister and my niece, they did the one for women that traces women back to their lineage, and it all came back Pakistani, which was very interesting on that side. Yeah. So I have to go fast forward. I think in my 40s, because going back to my high school years, I was a founder of the Black Student Union in my high school back in 1979, which is still going to this day. And ironically, I just found out
that's awesome.
My orthopedic, thank you, my orthopedic doctor here in Texas. I just found out after having him for a year and a half, we went to the same high school, and he was the president of the Black Student Union during his time in the 90s.
Wow.
So how crazy is that, right?
That's legacy, brother. That's legacy.
Crazy.
I
And
got
now
goosebumps. That's legacy.
he's my surgeon.
Wow.
That's crazy. And it all came up because we both had just gone on vacation. He's like, oh, where'd you guys? I went back home to DC. He's like, oh, I'm from DC. That's how the whole conversation started. But anyway, companies like yours, Urban Intellectuals, I deal with other companies like Melanin Full, Actively Black Clothing, and the election from last year brought me even further to start to discover even more about us. Certain people I follow on social media that I still learn about every day about us. And then I reflect back like, well, why didn't I know this? Because I was born 1962. There's still Jim Crow going on. I was almost killed in the Martin Luther King Jr. riots in DC because they thought I was a little white boy and they tried to run over me. And my sister pulled me just in time. I don't forget stuff like that. But my family still never really discussed political stuff, at least my immediate family. So I just knew that I grew up a certain way, living in a certain part of DC, didn't discover outside of the place where we lived until I got my driver's license when I was older and got lost in what we call the Gold Coast of DC, uptown on 16th Street. Like, where the hell am I? Here's the front, you know what I mean? But they never discussed specifics. But I knew in my heart of hearts something was different, which is one reason I started the Black Student Union when I was a teenager in my high school. I'm still learning, so I feel like I lost out a lot. When I hear like Carl talk, I'm like, wow, I wish I had, the opportunities he did to be a child knowing a lot of that. So what I'm doing now is I'm absorbing as much as I can. That's why I say my 30s, because I'm really like, I don't really know. The heavy education has been within the last, say, 15 years, off and on. But really, I would say within the last 5 years, 3 to 5 years is where my deep education has come. And it started off with me like finally going into my family because the old folks wouldn't talk about the stuff, excuse me. Then some of the other relatives who had passed, or there were actually some white relatives as well, but then there were some who actually passed. When they passed, I would hear these stories, but I didn't know what they were talking about. And now they're showing up at the family reunions. So I'm now meeting these people. So of course that prompted me to like really start getting into it. Like, how did you grow up? What and we couldn't talk to each other initially as well. Because it was like, well, will you accept me? Well, I accept you. It's that kind of divide. Found out one of my cousins the whole time who passed as white, who's a couple years older than me, used to play a couple doors down from my grandmother, and it didn't even know it. You know, that kind of stuff. So yeah, so my education is still coming, luckily from places like I bought all the games. That's how I found out about urban intellectuals. I have the playing cards because I'm a big bid whist player, bid whist and spades. So, we got the cards for that. I've got the board games, but now that I moved to Houston, most of my crew is everywhere, so we don't get together as much. However, you have been very beneficial in that. So thank you personally. And other companies like Melanin Full, because now I found out I grew up knowing I was related to Charles Drew, but because I grew up with his daughter, Charlene. We were just like,
Wow.
what's up, yeah. But again, I did not know who Charles Drew was, like his impact growing up, because I was just around. His cousin Charlene was she's one like our city council in DC, and she's about 10 years older than me, but it's always like, hey cuz, how you doing? What's up, cuz? But nobody ever talked about the impact.
Of Charles
And
Drew.
just like when I was just home in DC, I left right before the takeover. I'm walking through Northwest in the neighborhoods where we used to live. And now, it's been gentrified. And they have plaques on the houses now where Duke Ellington lived, where this and that. And I'm like, but when we were little, we all just lived here. That's the best I can try to explain it. And I'm sure the family understands, those who grew up the way that I did, where it wasn't discussed a lot. It was what it was. And unfortunately, I feel like I wish I had known more of the backstory. Like now that I know who Charles Drew is, and one of the Melanin Full shirts that I wear is all scientists, he's the one that sits on my heart, ironically. So
Ironically.
it sits on my heart, the blood plasma bag. And so I wore that to the family reunion this year. I was like, hey, yo, are we really related? And they were like, oh, he's like a double cousin. He's on both sides of my family. He's like, yeah, he used to be over Aunt so-and-so's house before. And I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea.
Wow.
Although I grew up with Charlotte, I grew up with his daughter, but still it was never that impact. And when I started watching influencers, like Charles Drew was the only one with like at one of the HBCUs, he has like a something named after him. Like I'm learning all this stuff going, oh my God, this is in my own family. So that also gives you a sense of pride, like, hey, you can accomplish something too. Knowing that my orthopedic surgeon now, the reason I started the Black Student Union was for brothers like him to come through and be what he is. That brought tears to my eyes, honestly, when I was in his
That's
office. And
amazing.
he actually went out and brought the other doctors into the room and told them who I was and the school we went to. And yeah, it was amazing.
That's
And my
amazing.
school now wants us to take a picture so that they could put it in the paper.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
capture, man. The history is real. And who would have thought,
Yeah.
at 18 that you would have, because how did that impact him? You just, it would be interesting to hear his
Yeah.
story and
That's
like
what I was asking him. Yeah. That's what I was asking
someone
him about that
asked,
too.
what was his name? They're looking for a new.
Oh,
They're
his
in
name is
Texas.
Dr. Williams. He's in what's Dr. Williams first? Yeah, he's at Baylor Medical here in Houston.
Okay.
What's Dr. Williams' first name? Hold on. Yeah, so if you're in the Houston area, and he's, thank God to get a black doctor for a change.
Boy,
And even before that, we had a connection because he was actually trained by my orthopedic surgeon in LA, which was like, oh wow. So we had that connection from the first year. And then here we are, fast forward a year later, and I found out we went to the same high school and he was, president in 1998. I graduated in 1980. So 18 years later,
wow.
yeah, Dr. Philip Williams. He's orthopedic surgery at Baylor College of Medicine.
Shout out to Dr. Williams. Shout out to you,
Yeah.
Brother Greg.
Thanks,
18
man.
years later, a 18-year-old young Greg impacted a future doctor that's very important. If y'all haven't read Medical Apartheid, check that book out, and it'll remind you of why it's so important to have a black doctor, right? Somebody that
Oh yeah.
hopefully is conscious and loves their people. Now, that's another part of
Yeah.
the conversation, but it's so important. So thank you for sharing that. Oh, but I did want
Oh,
to ask you,
yeah.
and this is y'all, this is why I love this show, right? And I'm, whatever. Oh, Freddie, you just love it because this your show. Nah, I love it because I get a chance to talk and hear from y'all. But I think that's what make it dope is because I don't know what stories are. None of this is planned. Greg, we didn't talk, right? Like before
No.
any of
Mm-mm.
this, right? Like, so y'all participating and joining the discussion enlightens all the rest of us. So now I'm hearing something. I just want to ask you another question, right? So at
So
18, you weren't really, I mean, you grew up
I
in
was
this like
16. I was 16, almost 17 when I wrote the Constitution for it. I can still remember. But go ahead.
that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Sat
I'm
in my
just
bedroom and
wondering
did it.
where growing up in this like ambiguous world, like
Mhm.
what kind of drew you to be like, no, I'm a black man and I want to
Oh,
do
there was no question. Yo, dude, I'm born 1962. I don't care how high yellow you are. You black, you black.
Okay.
Okay. Plus, I grew up in Southeast DC. Between so, and anybody on here that's familiar with the DMV, they know what I'm talking about. Over on Eli Place, me, they're around your age here now. But Johnny Gill, Stacy Lattisaw lived down the street from me.
Wow.
I grew up during the day. I lived in Northeast over my grandmother over on Trinidad Avenue, Montello Avenue by Gallaudet University, which is where the National Guard had to escort us home during the Martin Luther King Jr. riots from the H Street riots.
Wow.
And then at night, we came home to Southeast. The flip side of that, as we all know, because we do have colorism within our own race, I used to get my butt whipped for being light skinned. And so did my sister, because she got the green eyes and all that. But you are what you are. We were, and you got to realize, people, I don't know how many different names I've been. I've been colored. Let me see how many. I've been called colored, Negro, Black, and African American.
Yeah.
None of which did anybody ask me what I wanted to be called.
Right.
And I have to bring that up, especially to young folks. Anybody asked me, did you ask me my name? Did you ask me if I was Greg? And see, so then we went to an all black Catholic school when we were little. Our relatives sent us to the black Catholic school neighborhood. Then I go to high school. My father sent me, my father, my grandmother, my four of them sent me, through school. And I walk in and we talking to this like 80% white school. I have a speech on it because they brought me back for the 25th anniversary of the Black Student Union. I had to go back and speak in 2005. So I have that speech and I had to sit down and recall everything. And my doctor knew about the speech and knew about me, but he didn't know that it was me, which was even crazier.
Wow.
So anyway, no, I have a whole speech on it. I can send you the PDF. I can email it to your info if you want. But it was only maybe what 5% of us that were black, and then maybe 1 or 2% other. My buddy Carlos was Latino, maybe a couple Indian people. Yeah, because my boy, I forgot his name. But you go into this pretty much kind of it's a school called DeMatha. It's in Maryland, and a lot of professional athletes come out of DeMatha. A lot. My cousin actually went to Hampton, Carl. My cousin, but he's back in all my. But see, we when Hampton was when it was institute. I think you there when it was when university. So I'm gonna give you some timeline. And back when University of Maryland was a ghetto college, not not like it is now. So yeah, we went through hell, man. We went through hell in that school, and that's back when I forgot his name when we had this big thing going on with the PG County cops, where the guy was getting beat up so bad in jail. It's all in my speech, and um, they finally he ended up getting loose and shooting one of the cops. We had busing going. We had so much stuff going on, so much stuff going on. This is like I graduated in 1980, so I started high school in 76, 76 to 80. So this is the 70s. You got the busing, you got this, you got that, going on. And back then it was either you had a Martin Luther King Jr. way or you had Malcolm way, because back then I didn't know a lot about Malcolm that I know now, a lot about Black Panthers that I had no clue. Because in my neighborhood, brothers outside, I grew up in an apartment, right by the projects outside doing the black man handshake with the dashikis. It's very Afrocentric. There's no way in the world that I could have thought I was anything but black.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I just wanted to make a way for other people to get into that school the way that I did. Back then, the big thing was bake sales. That's book sales, bake sales. That's how it was back then. So I sat down in my bedroom and I wrote out the Constitution of it, and I made sure that I made it wording so that anyone that was not of color could never be the president. So I made it, because I knew in my school, I knew that you had to like not block anybody out. You had to leave it open for anybody or it was not going to go through at all. I forgot how I worded it. And my mother ended up throwing away my original handwriting, but my old principal still had it at the school. When I went back 25 years later, he still had it in his office because he came out with it. But I remember wording it so no one, if it would always be a black president, Latino, somebody had to have some color to run it. And I knew, and I wanted it to be that way because it was for us. to get us into that school. But then 25 years later, that's when I learned about white flight. Because when I went back to the school, by this time the school's majority Black now. Now I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. And the teacher who's still there that was running, he's like, we were even wondering if we still need to have it because we have so many Black people. I'm like, of course you still need to have it. Things are not settled. So we did a video of me talking to them as well. And then jumping around, one of my white cousins that passed, one of their sons went to the school later. And I'm talking to him online. This is 2008. And I'm like, yo, wait, man, hold up. Because he looked white. So I was kind of like trying to ease through this. Come to find out, showing that he never knew his father and my father, first cousins. But he never knew, like his grandfather had passed and all that. He didn't know anything about it. So I couldn't jump into that. I had to let the family handle that.
Right.
But he went through the same school.
Wow.
So it was just one of those things where I didn't know everything. I just knew that something wasn't right and something needed to change, which is kind of fast forward where I am right now. There's so much going on and I'm itching to be on the front lines as a soldier with somebody. I just talked to Representative Jolanda Jones here in Houston. I'm like, yo, any way that I can help, let me know. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, there's got to be a way to do something. I've been a soldier all my life. I didn't realize it. I just knew when there was something happening, I was always the one that ran to it, not from it. Didn't know why, and I guess I don't need to know why. I guess that's what God told me to do, or source, or whoever you want to call it. So I don't know if that answered your questions, but
man, that was beautiful, brother. That was beautiful. Yeah, give Brother Greg some love for bringing the macaroni and cheese to the dinner today.
I tell you some sweet potatoes and peach cobbler, please.
Yeah. hey, Grandma, can we queue up some sweet potatoes and peach cobbler for Brother Greg?
Okay,
I love that.
I'm good. I do
want to highlight because I just seen Queen AJ go through. She's a young, brilliant Black mind inside of our Sankofa Club, but just inside of our
She and I
community.
talked. Isn't she the teenager?
Yes, exactly.
She and I talked last time her mother was on here. Remember, a long time ago.
Yes.
She and I had that conversation. Yes, I totally remember her.
Yeah, I just wanted to, but this is why I swear this show is special, y'all. We got to make this big.
We were excited to see you.
Oh, thank you. I got knocked off the Zoom. No, I got knocked off the Zoom and I couldn't figure why. So I finally talked to, I'm going to say her name, your assistant,
Tamiko.
Freddie. Yes, she and I talked because I'm right now working with the KISS Foundation for KISS Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease. We're having our golf classic, and she and I were talking about that. It's happening in Los Angeles.
That's
and then
you.
That's me. That's me. Hello.
All right.
Hi.
Greg, I got to be honest with you. We always get pitched with stuff, and I'm always like, I don't know. We gonna get involved.
That's me.
The hold up, she's been pushing it. I've been like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's me.
Let's keep doing this. But now I know it's you. We gonna get involved, brother. We gonna get involved, right? Like
we'll talk whenever we can.
I
got till next week to get everything to them. It happens in LA. It's Kiki Shepard from Showtime de Paulo. Kiki Shepard and Brian Donalds from. Oh, okay.
She and I spoke. I'm gonna inbox her right now. But look, y'all, this is why you got to talk up. You got to show up, right? Like we get pitched stuff all the time, right? And I ain't trying to act like we important or we anybody.
Oh, you're important. You are important.
America is having a reckoning with nepotism because Black folks are starting to get in position to nepotize, right? Take advantage of it, right? So listen, if I know you and you want to do something, I mean, you 95% of the way there, right? But if you just a name in the distance, like I don't know. We get pitched stuff all the time, we got limited resources. But if I know you, I know what your energy and your spirit is about. I want to be a part of it, right? So
awesome.
When I pass the conversation over to the next person, I'm gonna inbox Tamiko and make sure that we start to push this along, brother. Yeah. She should have been like, it's you. I don't know. She probably did, brother.
But she got me back on the Zoom. She got me back on because I was like, Tamika, I don't know. And I switched it after we talked. I was like, hold up. I got kicked off the Zoom. What did I do? Did I do something wrong? But Queen, it's so good to talk to you, Queen AJ, and your mom as well, if she's there, because we had such a good conversation that time. But I cut you off. What was she going to ask?
I was just saying because like the other day I had a thought and I was like, every significant movement that we really love, honor, and cherish, really as like a community and people, was
Hmm.
led by young people, right? I mean,
Exactly.
most
Exactly.
of them were teenagers, 20 somethings. I mean, Dr. King fortunately got to live to 38, but
Yeah.
his work was 15, 20 years earlier. Like he was a
Yeah.
child to most of us,
Exactly.
right? It's not the old gray-haired men and women. We're usually the ones that's trying to be like, hey, don't shake the apple cart,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And they're coming through stomping and kicking, but they're the ones that are appreciated and idolized
Yeah.
later. So I love what I was saying was I love your story and your things because I want to be able to impact the young people. I want them to see
Absolutely.
that
It's
it's the
about them.
young people that's making the difference. And like,
Yeah.
don't be listening completely. Listen a little bit to that wisdom. You got to take a
Right.
sprinkle of that wisdom, but you gotta go
Yeah.
take your shots as
Yeah.
well. So Queen AJ, I know she gonna move heaven and earth. So
Oh,
yeah,
yes. She
definitely.
absolutely is. And she's got the mother. She has a queen of queens behind her
Yeah,
handling that.
that's real talk.
I definitely remember the conversations we had.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I love it,
Yeah.
man. Look, we literally building a family here virtually, right? They say no new friends, leave them people alone. No bum friends. We're gonna make good friends and we're gonna continue to build and grow together. Thank you, brother, for sharing your
Thank you
conversation.
guys.
Hopefully, I can get you back in here later if you
I'll
got
be
some more to
here.
share with us.
I'll be here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Greg for
thank you,
president.
Queen.
Oh, that's funny. Greg for president. Nah,
Great for
I'm
president.
too real. I ain't gonna lie to you, so it won't happen.
Hey, son. Hey, just because you run don't mean you got to win. You could put the main issue on
Hey,
the
there you
table and
go.
push
And
it
there
into
you
the future.
go.
There you go.
All
We
right.
got your
See
back,
y'all in a little bit.
brother Greg for
Okay.
president, y'all. We pushing that one. Uh, that's good. Yeah. So if y'all got any young people around, I want them to remember, man, that the elders be talking, right? Like we good at pontificating and thinking, right? Y'all good at taking action and taking risk, right? And it's really where the risk is what is always honored, right? We were just talking about, and I just did a post today about the Black Panther Party, right? They was all ran by teenagers. It was ran by teenagers and early. Fred Hampton died at 21 years old, right? Like, I mean, come on. And he was already feeding 20,000 children a day through their free lunch program. Like, listen, man, if you got a vision, you got a dream. All right, now, before I come to you, Elaine, then I got Brother Carl. Um, I was listening to Roland Martin today, and Roland had a whole word today about building, right? So they were kind of talking about Umar Johnson, and there was all these other ancillary conversations. But the brother talked about when he got let go from CNN or fired or however you want to say it, and everybody was clowning him and talking, "Oh, you on YouTube? Ain't no, you only got 10 viewers, ain't nobody listening." And Carl, I know you're gonna resonate with this because he just said, but they didn't understand our vision. They didn't understand our plan. And what I didn't do is waste my time talking to them. I didn't waste my time trying to prove what we were doing. I just kept working. I guess next week they celebrate 7 years. And they got millions of subscriptions and followers, and he's actually building out this Black media network. Um, Young people, you out there, don't waste your time proving yourself. Just build the thing that you building, block brick by brick, block by block. Pay no attention. Keep your blinders on. Stay focused, and your work would speak volumes. As long as you don't get distracted and trying to talk to people that ain't never built nothing, they never did nothing, and distracting your energy. That's all they're trying to do is be vampires and suck that out of you. And I said that because I had to talk to myself because I caught myself in our comments answering nonsense and like y'all, if y'all ever catch me in the comments, it's usually me. If you see something snarky, that's probably me literally commenting because I'll go left on you real quick. But I don't need that energy. I need that energy to stay focused on what we building because what we building is what the community needs. And if I just stay focused and we can continue to work, the work gonna speak to itself. And people who ain't never did nothing always gonna be talking on the sidelines. So whether I build it or not, they always gonna be talking. So anyways, shout out to brother Roland Martin, excuse me, for his whole word today. It was like a 9-minute clip. It was a whole word. All right, Sister Elaine, I don't know where you was at. come on in and redirect the conversation wherever you need to be.
All right. I always have to make sure this thing is actually able to be heard. So can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was at church, so I came in a little late. That's always going to happen.
Grandma was like, you know, Sister Lane at church, so she gonna be here. So she set you a plate.
I'm coming. But you know, your question, it made me stop and really think again, because at, being 77, I stopped and I thought back to how I was raised. My parents, my mom was born 1909, my dad was born 1911. So that means the grandparents were back there in the 1800s. So they came in through Louisiana and Mississippi. So my grandparents and my great grandparents were out on those plantations. Okay. Even though things changed, most Black people, even when they, quote, were in air quotes free, they stayed on those plantations. So when I stop and think about, I didn't get a lot of history. That part I knew. And when I would travel to Mississippi, which was an area, they said even as a little girl, I couldn't go because I opened my mouth. I said things to the white man like, you can't be calling my grandpa a boy, because I lived in the, quote, city. Things were still segregated there in the South in New Orleans. And I knew where I could go, what I could do. But this is the crazy thing, guys. Even though it was segregated out in the schools and the churches and the movie theaters, the stores, we had white neighbors. We all played together. But when it got to go when we had to go ride the bus, we had to sit in the back of the bus behind that colored only sign, going to the movie theaters and all of that. So going back to the historical part, I don't remember my parents, because it shocks me now that at this age that they didn't talk about Black Wall Street. What they worked with us on was us being better than everybody else. In my house, like, we heard the word Negro. My mom would not let anybody call us colored. That was the word that was being used back. I was born 48. That was the word that I grew up hearing. Colored this. You saw it on the signs and all. But the historical part of what, especially before enslavement, that was not talked about. I did not learn about Black Wall Street until I was older. Now, what I do remember is that in my spirit, I knew I was a great person. That was the way I was raised in my house. It was like, I don't know whether I can say it like, it was like I went to segregated Catholic school, all Blacks, Black nuns, Black and white priests were there. Then I went on to high school that was predominant, that was Black. But we didn't realize it at the time, but we had Afro, Latino Blacks, because everybody was mixed down there in many ways. We didn't talk about the history and what had been done before. My point is, they kept pushing at us to be our best. But I think we could have even been better if we had gotten that historical factor about where we came from and what we had done before, and that we're building on that. It was almost like I felt like I was starting over. Now, it wasn't until like the 60s, maybe 67, 68, I actually was a member of Sigma Gamma Rho sorority. And on my predominantly white campus, okay, we went to a convention in Atlanta, Georgia. After the convention, there were brothers and sisters from the Black Panthers that came up to the hotel. So a bunch of us decided we're going to stay in Atlanta and we go and work the breakfast program. So I think I was always moving forward, but I wasn't fortunate enough, like many of you younger people on here, to have a BSU. What I did work with at 13 years old, we had the Urban League. We worked. by 15, 16, 17, I was with the NAACP. That's when those organizations were really out in the front, really
Getting that
doing
work done. Yeah.
you know, and so I worked with them. We got the first Black organization on LSU's campus, which was Sigma Gamma Rho. Sigma Gamma Rho, we brought in the NAACP. That was the second Black organization. So my point is, the historical stuff about where we had come from, I'm talking about before enslavement, no, it wasn't talked about. I didn't get that until later in life, but I always had a burning in my heart because I was told, you are great. I just know now that I was greater than great when I look and see where we came from. And Freddie, I just bought the pre-enslavement cards. I thought I was getting the Afro Latino cards too, but I don't see it on my order. But there were a lot of things in there I gotta pull those cards out. I gotta work with the young kids, gotta work with the families, because my brothers are older than me. They don't know those things either. So, you know, I don't know. We just got to keep talking. And now we definitely have to go back, not just to the enslavement period, but like you said, we had history before. And it's every one of our jobs to make sure that our people do know that history from before. I do work every year with a Black History Bee. I realized that the education that we were giving the kids, it's a competition, and we have all kids in there, mostly Latino kids are participating now. But now I got those cards from pre-enslavement because I want to add that information into the repertoire of questions that the kids will be studying and knowing. Because see, these kids, we ask them, talk to your family. We got to do it through that process because they're still they're not going to get it in school. And with the administration that's in there now, everything's trying to be erased. So it's left to us on the ground level, put the boots on the ground and go in there and talk to everybody that you can. So that's it for me.
Yeah, well, thank you, sister, for sharing. Yeah, man, I love it. I love it because we got so much wisdom and knowledge and experience inside of our community, but we don't slow down to listen, right? Sister is 77 years young, as my dad would call you, young lady. He would say, "Oh, young woman, 77, right? 'Cause he's 96, right?" So what y'all doing with this AI stuff? I gotta read this. Hold on. Like I got duped before, like accepting stuff. I'm just gonna deny it. I'm sorry, it's your AI thing. I don't know. I'm scarred, brother Freddie, scarred. But my dad, 96, and he would say, "Oh, 77." He say, "Oh, young woman, right?" But a young woman with a lot of experience and insight, right? Talking about not just sitting in the colored section, but sitting in the colored section behind that sign, right? Like, well, I'm too young. I wasn't in the colored section. I know about it, but I didn't know there was a sign, right? That makes sense, right? But I wasn't there. So I think we still need to have these conversations so that we can connect these realities to what's going on. And she said a whole lot more, so I won't try to recap everything. But Brother Carl, I'll bring you in. Then I got Brother David, and then I got more questions, y'all. Like we got stuff now. I'm gonna keep getting at y'all, but come on into the discussion, Brother Carl. What say you?
So first of all, I was boosted when Brother Greg was talking about back home. You know, he's talking about DC because so he said I was born on Trinidad and Rome Street in Northeast. He talked like, oh man, that's where I was born. And then he's from Southeast, and he may know my grandfather because my grandfather ran the Palisades Apartments from the 80s until he passed in 2020. So he ran the Palisades Apartments over by Eastover. So we probably know some of the same folks. And the school that my entrepreneurship program is in Southeast on Waller Street. So, that's the hood. So yeah, so I was like, hey, don't talk about that. But I saw your question in the chat about how do we make sure that we don't have these gaps for the next generation?
Yes.
Right. And so Trinidad and Rome Street. Yep. Yeah, right by the little corner store. Yeah. Yeah, by Trinidad Elementary. Yeah. I'll tell you. So look, so I think it's dual in purpose. Number one, we have to recognize it's our responsibility, right? I don't get mad at the school system for doing what they're supposed to do. They was made to indoctrinate us. Like that's the goal. They supposed to indoctrinate us. I'm like, you know what? That's what they're gonna do. But I think that once we begin to take responsibility or start our own schools, one or the other, right? And I love it when children are homeschooled because then you really get to put in, like some of our best entrepreneurs come out of homeschool programs. But I think part of it is we have to take the responsibility first to do it. And when I say take the responsibility, it's not just say, hey, we're going to teach, we're going to teach, we're going to teach, but find out how the young people are going to receive it, right? What is the way now? Because I think one of the reasons that we end up losing young people so much is because they aren't entertained by us, right? Everybody wants to be entertained. We all want to be entertained. We go this like Freddie's a personality, y'all. We know that. You know what I'm saying? When he get up there and he talking like this, and y'all, hey, grandma, you know what I'm saying? It's entertaining. So you want to come up, you want to show up. But for some reason, we expect our kids just to want to sit down and learn. They don't. Right? So I think we have to begin to, one of the reasons I remember so many things from I went to Parkview Elementary School in Northwest by 640. And one of the things I remember even from there are the poems, the plays, that I was a part of. I remember the African alphabet, A is for Africa, Land of the Sun, the King of the Continents, the ancient one, you know what I'm saying? And this goes back to like almost 40 years when I learned that. So it helps to stick when we make it entertaining, make it enjoyable. Let's do what it can. I mean, it sounds like the kids in the Sankofa Club, like these young kings and queens, they're loving it, they're enjoying it. So I think once we make it enjoyable first and show them how much of a priority it is, and even let them be a part of the revolution. As you said, the young people, like most of these organizations were started by young people, and so they have a natural tendency to rebel, right? But if we can allow them to be a part of the rebellion, allow them to be, to see that, we're going to feed that part. So you're not rebelling against your parents. You're rebelling against what needs to be rebelled against by being empowered, right? So what I've learned in working with young people is the more ownership and efficacy you give them, the more they will learn and love, right? It's not really about teaching. It's about handing it over. Hey, this is yours. What do you want to do with this? Especially we got so much technology, right? One of the reasons our young founders love our program so much is I let them create their own AI theme songs in whatever genre they want. I said, just make sure it tells your story, right? And I think if we give them the opportunity to own the history, own the Charles Drews, own it. We're not just going to tell you about it. Own what it means. Like, because we got such a rich history. Like, you want to drive? Hey, let's talk about Garrett A. Morgan and the stoplight. Because it's so many. I mean, it's such a rich history. And when we tell them that they were your age, see, the disconnect so much is that they think that leadership is for old people. But it ain't. It's for them. It's really for them. Like you said, dog. Fred was killed at 21, murdered at 21, which means his impact was as a teenager, which means his education, which was outside of schools, because we know Scholastic ain't gonna do it, right? His education is what built him up and made him be that person. So it's like he had to own that thing at 14, 15, 16 in order for him to be able to lead it in 19, 20, 21. So look, let's give the history to the young ones.
Yes.
This is yours to carry on. Like, own this, love this, and present it how you want to present it. Like, I got kids now, they not reading, they writing books now. I'm like, I want y'all to write the books. Like, our entire 7th grade cohort at Achievement Prep in Southeast will be writing a book this year. Period. All of it. Because I want them to own it all. Like, let's recognize. Yeah, look, I'm 43. I'm young. I'm old to some, young to others. Right? Remember last time? I think Queen AJ called me an elder.
Yeah.
I ain't forget that. I see you heard me now, but I heard what you said last month.
I can listen to the elders. That's the difference.
See, I love the kids. I love it. But the truth of the matter is, I am. They got the energy. They ain't got no bills. They got that they don't have that hindsight bias. See, they haven't seen all of what we've seen.
Mhm.
While that can be a bad thing, it's
It can
also a
be a
good
good
thing.
thing.
See, we can educate them on what we've seen, but see, their experience is their own. And so we let them grow through that experience. So it's like, oh, wait, this is what was really down on U Street. Guess what happened before the riots of Martin Luther King, how downtown DC was bustling with black businesses. And know that because of the resources we have, the education and skill sets that they have, we can recreate that thing because a lot of these things in downtown ain't surviving no more. So guess what? It's ripe for the picking. Let's go get it. Allow them to be a part of this cultural revolution, this educational revolution, this economic revolution. Own that joint. That way, there is no gap because we got it now. The reason there was a gap is because we didn't own history. We didn't own the method of delivery. We didn't own the places where people could go in. Like that's where it really comes in. Is now we have the opportunity. We got Zoom rooms now, y'all. We got to take advantage of. We got school community, Facebook community, all these things that are see. One thing the young people know that we sometimes don't catch is the new media is just as important as the old media.
Yes.
Like they are
Probably
on
more.
YouTube.
It's more now.
Yeah,
The old
right,
media
really.
dead. It's over.
It's curtains.
They do. My children do not watch movies. They do not watch TV. They don't turn on cable at all. It's over. That they do not care. They're in the new media.
And
Go
that's
ahead.
what,
I'm sorry.
no, but that's the real thing. It's like we catch them like, oh wait, that's where they are. That's where the frontier is. And guess what? The playing field's a little more level now. When it ain't just channel 247,920. It's www dot. And guess what? When you see that font on the screen, it look the same for everybody. You can't tell if it's bigger or smaller. We just show up with excellence. Because when we show up with excellence, that's all people are going to see. So I think the way that we do it is we own it ourselves and own the responsibility of not just passing it down, but giving it to them. Our history is your inheritance. See, an inheritance isn't just something you own, it's something you can use, it's something valuable. Like that history is something like the stories that can be told are marketable. Like this, there are documentaries every day. Why has there not been a Netflix documentary on Dr. Charles Drew? It can be told in a very, very entertaining way, a very, very educational way, exposing stuff the same way they do all this other stuff. I mean, if you can make it about some hick in the country where they created a murderer, you can't do it about the people who blood plasma. Come on now.
Especially if you let the young people do it.
Right. It's like, y'all do it. What's going to make it entertaining to you? Who you want in it?
Right. They got a Speed.
Right. You want I show Speed?
Look,
yeah, look. You want to cast or not? But here's the thing. It's so easy to recreate those now. You get somebody that can say something in stuff goes viral like that. You find somebody who just done something, get like, oh shoot, hey, come on over. Look, this is what we're doing now. This is how we're telling the story. Maybe we don't tell it the same way we used to with the script. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's a bunch of skits. Maybe it's a bunch of 30-second skits that do it. We think it's got to be some huge thing. Like, look, these kids, they get information in bite sizes. So how do we pass it on to them and let them own it so there are no gaps? See, again, the gaps came because we didn't own. We now have the opportunity to own, and we make that joint out there. That's so I just wanted to answer the question and shout out, to my brother Greg from back home. Yeah. I was like, oh, he started throwing up. I'm like, shoot, what you talking about, man? But that's like telling you about the fun records downtown, right?
No, that's what's up. No, that's
yeah, man. But that's all I had to say, man. That's all I had to say.
Good combo. And I love right. They was like, who let Brother Carl in the kitchen, man? He in there cooking. They say you got all the ovens full. He in there cooking, right? David, where you go, man? I just saw you. Then you dropped off on me. And Yolanda makes a good point. She said Ryan Coogler is not even 40 yet, right? And there are more of him out there and needs to be cultivated. Yeah, they just need a chance. And they gonna get him right through. I won't say it, but y'all, I want y'all to know I hate this platform. I hate Tubi. I hate it. But it's giving people an opportunity. And I only hate it because Fox owns it, right? And they do the same thing that they always do, like they own UPN, they own all these other things. They build up their revenue based on black movies, black exploitation, and then they changed it and turned it over. And Tubi's going to be the same thing, but because we don't pay attention to who owns these things, there's no reason we can't have a black Tubi. Or not, it ain't even got to be called Tubi, right? It could call Ubi, whatever it's called, right? Like there's no reason because it's just a platform that's making a space and people are downloading an app, you know, but we're not thinking ownership enough. Shout out to brothers like Tyler Perry, who's creating studios that's allowing these stories, that's going to allow these smaller, more unsung creators, let's say, to put their stories out there. So, and hopefully somebody's hearing that. And Sister AJ, maybe that's what you do too, right? Like, why not? All right, right. Let's just put it all on the queen, right? Brother David, come on in, brother. Yeah, you disappeared on me, made me sad, man. I'm like, where you go?
Well, I've been on hold since last week.
Yeah, yeah.
But I put my hand down only because I've had a series of great phone calls from mother-in-law and the wife, and so every time they call, they knock me off the Zoom, so I could never get into the flow of the conversation and not even know what the question was. So I put my hand down. I just wanted to listen a little bit and then get to the flow of it. That's why, brother.
You want me to throw out some more questions? I got more now.
What was the original
Just say what's
question?
on
Because
your
I
mind. How
couldn't.
about that?
Oh man, what's on my mind is this does feel like a renaissance, if you will, of a black thought. And this we thought we were post-racial, especially after Obama got in office. And we realized that, when all the police shootings and killings started to happen, and getting the whole thing with Derek Chauvin and the Black Lives Matter movement that had to be created, which was eventually co-opted. But all these things has given us a reality check. It seems we realize that we're not post-racial. These people ain't gonna change, and it's a need for us to focus on self. That's what's always on my mind, and like I said, just listening to the call and couldn't really get into the flow of it because I kept getting interrupted. So I wasn't really sure what the original question was, but I did hear some of what so-called elder sister had spoke on, and of course Brother Gary and the like. So I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna listen a little bit and formulate my thoughts based on the actual conversation, brother.
Gotcha, brother. Good call. All right. I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back in. But yeah, no, we've definitely been having a spirited one, right? We're talking about identity, right? Stolen identity. It's kind of the overall theme. But where people have been just sharing their stories, right? About pain, right? About heartache, but really about triumph. Like when you really, I want to like repaint it. Even one thing that I wanted to bring up because we were talking about the passing conversation. That used to be a total thing. You know what? It probably still is a thing, right? I don't know. Like a lot of us, I don't know. I don't dance on the color line. Obviously, I don't think I can. Um, I don't think I would anyway, but brown skinned brother with green eyes, right? So I've like some of my light skinned brothers and sisters, I've been called a whole lot of things in my day as well. But brother Freddie, black me black. So that's kind of different. But the colorism thing, I'm more empathetic to passing, particularly, you know, 60, 70, 90, 100 years ago, because we had to survive, man. And it's like if life is hard now, can you imagine what life was like 100 years ago? Like, it's hard for us to fathom anything like that, which is why I love talking to the elders and who people who have experience with life. Man, it's even sound crazy that I can say pre 70s, right? Pre 19, way back in the 1900s, pre 70s, right? Because I really want to go back further than that. But like if you don't have contact with your elders, you don't really have context on like the things that they were dealing with and the stuff that they were going through. So, when I hear the passing conversation, it rubs me in a couple of ways, right? Because you could be passing because you don't want to be black. Like I don't like those people. I'm not them. This is what I am. I'm one of the elites, right? Which is, to me, that's a mental condition anyway, because if you think skin color makes you an elite, like there's some chemical imbalance off with you, in my opinion, right? Um, but if you're in the rural South and you trying to accumulate enough money to feed your family at the end of the month and make sure that they not out, and you could do that if you passed for this particular job to clean somebody toy. Ain't like you was gonna pass to be the president of an organization or something, right? Like, so I mean, it was like a survival skill, I think, in some aspects. And I relate that to, we were having a conversation on code switching a couple of weeks ago, right? And I relate that to code switching, right? Like if you go to work for these white folks, you in their job, you're gonna speak the king's English, right? And if you too authentic, right, quote unquote, they gonna fire you. Like, so what are you gonna do, right? You gonna stand on it? It's 1956. You just gonna stand on it, right? Because we're gonna do the right thing. I don't think America, even in 2025, has a social conscience to do the right thing. I don't think America is still ready to do the quote unquote right thing, the biblical. Right? I mean, a lot of us are Christians, right? A lot of you are Christians, and oh, Christ thought this and that. Well, America ain't never lived up to those principles. So I don't think like that really applies. So it's kind of a survival thing. And that's how I see it. I don't know if somebody want to jump in on this end of the conversation. I know I took it a little wild on y'all, but it's a wild conversation. I think our people have been surviving the hell that we've been put in, right? We literally been going through hell on earth, and it's hard to judge them because we're not in their shoes. And I don't know about y'all, but if my babies needed to eat, I'd sell dope and I might hit somebody in the head and rob them. But under normal circumstances, I would never do any of those things. But my baby gonna die, or I'm gonna hit you in the eye. Like, I mean, just what we doing? Like ain't none of us are better than that. Like, let's not pretend. I know y'all. I know you love your Jesus. I saw somebody talking about on sweet baby Jesus. Right, that was cracking me up. But on sweet baby Jesus, I know you love him. But listen, your baby about to die, or you can sell this crack rock. Right, you either got a wicked jump shot or you slinging crack rock. Anyway, go ahead, brother Carl. Where you at on my curveball to this discussion?
So on the passing conversation, I think I 1,000% agree with you. Hey, we got many skin tones, right? We were created how we were created. Like, I don't control what I'm saying? I ain't Uncle Ruckus. I don't have a first red lago. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we look how we look. And
first
like,
lago, you a mess, brother.
But that's like if I was 7 feet tall, me being like, well, I shouldn't go play basketball because it's unfair. Nah, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to feed my family. Like, God gave me a bomb memory, you know what I'm saying, and a great mind. I'm not gonna dumb it down to help anybody because it's unfair. Now, we didn't create the situation which makes light skin passing. We didn't create that. I mean, of course, hey, I ain't passed this for nothing. Okay, like I can pass for a Jamaican as a passport. But the fact is, like, if that's what's necessary in the construct that has been created, not by us, you know, then we do what we got to do. I think, like you said, though, we got to remember, but that don't make us any better. It positions us in a certain way, and I think that comes with us thinking communally, right? When you don't think of yourself as just the individual who's doing the thing, you're thinking of yourself as the part of the community that's doing the thing for the family, for the community as an individual. Yes, of course, we do gotta look out for us. You know, we look out for ourselves. You know, accountability is paramount. However, you know, when you look at it from the standpoint of the only reason I can do this is because of a construct that I didn't create, that I don't control, then I also need to recognize that there are people who did not get this, where that construct that they didn't create nor control hinders them. And so it's my responsibility, or I should, you know, I pray people would take the responsibility to help others. Like, again, I was blessed enough to have a great mind, which got me out of Kentland into Hampton University, because I wasn't a great student. I really just had an unfair advantage because God blessed me a certain way. So when I left college, I came back to the hood. I mean, okay, I'm outside of the hood a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I would go with one, right? But my schools are where they are. The people I talk to, I try to help. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where it is. It's like, look, I made it because, you know what I'm saying, I got this brain. You ain't got this brain, so you can't make it. So, like you said, that would be the chemical imbalance. I think we just have to make sure that we recognize that the unfair advantage, seemingly, of passing that has been isn't just for us, because we didn't create the advantage nor the disadvantage. So if we look at it communally, I think it's okay. If we look at it as a way to bring us all up, I think it's okay. But as you said, if it's, you know, we get this complex about ourselves because we have this thing, you know what I'm saying? Like all them tall brothers, 6 feet and up, think y'all get everybody just because I'm short. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm 5'8". Come on, no. You know, I'm being silly.
Short brothers unite.
Right, exactly. Short kings, let's go. But I mean, but it's just it's like that thing. Things that are God given. Remember, they're God given. They're God given. They're God given. So, and if you are a scripture believer and you really read, especially the law of Moshe that he wrote about how the community should work, there was a lot of give take, helping one another. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if somebody owes you after a while, you're just like, you know what? Let it go. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Go build. You ain't indebted to me no more. Somebody who's poor can walk up your farm and and peel around the edges so they can eat, and you don't go out there and sick the dogs after them. You know, so if I believe as long as we begin to think communally, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not look, hey, I call myself a conscious capitalist, right? You know, I'm still about going out and making money, everybody doing what they can. But if we think about it, I'm doing what I can. It ain't just for me. It ain't even just for my family. It's for my community. It's for my people. It's for the generations afterwards. Like, then that passing thing, it works for all of us. When we look at it as a way where it works for all of us, then it's good. Brother Greg is probably able to get in some rooms that Carl Sr. couldn't get into. You see what I'm saying? But now what is he doing? He's helping the community. If Carl Sr. get in those rooms, he would have done the same thing, but he fought from a different side. So we are doing it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever advantages we got, as long as you look at them, as they not just for us. Yes, they for us, but they ain't just for us. That's how the joints grow. That's how they grow. That's how we build out. And see, I'm gonna say this last thing, right? As much as, you know, these super capitalist conservatives, you know what I'm saying, type things, as much as they talk this individual only thing, oh, if you don't think they do it to build their community, you're tripping.
True.
So we can't adopt the rhetoric without adopting the practice. Like, the practice is just hidden. Like, they like, no, we only doing it for us. They doing it. They just not doing it for nobody else. You see what I'm saying? So, like, you know, because I used to dabble on that side of the world. You know what I'm saying? I ran some campaigns on both sides of the aisle. So I done seen it all. Like, wait, y'all ain't about what y'all talk either. You know what I'm saying? So it's like them conservatives who go out there and make all that bread. Oh, please believe. Rockefeller was doing his thing for his people. Oh,
Yeah.
did I go too far? My bad. I'm gonna turn my mic off.
No, I was just listening to the Rockefeller Republicans having those conversations. Yeah, I like them all, brother Carl. You know, I'm in it, man. You know, I ain't
Yeah, me too.
I'm not in lockstep with any of the parties. Brother Greg, I'm gonna pause you for a second. Let me let Sister Sheila in here. Just cause we ain't seen a lovely face in a minute. So come on in. How you doing, young lady?
I'm doing great. I just want to share a personal story. This is my grandfather and his sister both passed as white, and that's how they were able to get the 250 acres in Mississippi, which we still own, and that's why they never burned it down. Yes, and so yeah, my grandmother, and the thing is, my grandfather's sister, they even had a problem when it comes to colorism. My father shared with me that she used to separate the dark skinned cousins, put them on one side of the porch, and put the light skinned cousins on the other side at that time, which I don't understand, but that's how bad this whole slave mentality has created this division amongst us.
Wow.
And because I talked to my mom about it. I said, Mom, she was through the sharecropper. Her family was so they worked the fields and they put the light skinned people inside the home and so forth and so on, and they had the dark skins in the fields, and I just don't understand all that, but yeah, and so we're still dealing with this, and then something to share with you right now that's happening. My nephew, he married a white young lady, and she's lovely, but they have a child, and the doctor told them basically there's no melon that child is going to produce. So my brother wants to teach his grandchild about Black history and everything, but his son doesn't want him to, and he's torn about that. How do I make sure he knows about his history, his heritage, and so yeah,
Wow.
trying to figure all that out. And so right now we still own the 250 acres, and I'm trying to help the family come together because right now they're in dispute on trying to get a surveyor to separate the land, to make sure each brother gets their own parcel, and it's just a hot mess right now. But I am trying to create my uncle and I'm gonna eventually build a Doris Cancer Oasis in Mississippi on part of the farmland. And I started Doris Cancer Oasis here in Nashville and Davidson County due to my sister who was passed away from uterine cancer. But yeah, to try to unveil the truth about how cancer is, chemo and all that is just a money-making thing because my cousin who had breast cancer in 2023 told the doctor she did not want to do chemo or radiation, and they kept pushing it and pushing it. She says, nope, I don't want to do that. So she did what I asked her to do. She did the lumpectomy and she did the reconstructive surgery. And she took soursop, milk thistle, turmeric, changed her diet to a plant-based diet, lost 60 pounds, went back to the doctors for her blood work. They told her she's cancer-free. And they told her the reason why they don't teach the holistic part of it is because it's no money in it. So I want to share with you, this is what the soursop peels look like. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So it comes in peel form and tea form. I drink the tea every day because I'm a survivor of ovarian cancer as well as cervical cancer and a brain tumor. So I've been through it. And I try to share with people the holistic ways of, because your body is designed to heal itself. I don't know if you know that, but it's designed to heal itself.
Can you put that can you show that picture one more?
Okay, show it.
Gravola. Gravolia? I don't know how to
Yeah,
say it.
that's the other name of it, but it's called soursop.
Yeah,
And
I'm familiar with soursop.
yeah, and you can get the fruit in the Whole Food Hispanic store. My cousin in California who also has breast cancer, that's where she got her soursop from. And her cancer is at bay as well.
Wow.
And my brain tumor that I had, I got it to shrink by taking milk thistle. I would go get the bottle for that too, but yeah, yeah. So
Now I just bought some milk thistle from
okay.
a couple of Sunday dinners ago. Somebody on here had a similar testimonial. And folks was like, let me go get my milk thistle. So I gotta add
Because I've
my
shared this
Gravolia.
before and it worked. I mean, the doctor was like, yeah, your tumor has shrunk half the size and you no longer have to see me or get the surgery, because I was going to be blind. They were telling me if they didn't remove the tumor from my pituitary, they said I was going to be blind. I told them, no, you're not cutting out my brain.
What was the third supplement? You said soursop, milk thistle, and what was the third one?
Milk thistle, turmeric. I mentioned turmeric.
Okay, that's right.
Turmeric, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
But my oncologist basically said, if you can grow your own food, that's your best bet. And stay away from red meat. Red meat naturally causes inflammation.
So is this back to the what's my man who passed? Come on, y'all. Dr. Sebi.
Sebi.
Is this back to the Dr. Sebi conversation?
I think you talking about as far as I've read his books too, and a lot of things that I think he was exterminated, because he was helping people. That's what I think. But
okay, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But he was talking about inflammation.
Oh yeah,
you know, being the devil of the body, right? Like
that's what it is. Because see, that's what cancer is. Cancer is inflammation in the cell. And when you get to the cellular level of healing the body, because see, the mitochondria, I can go on and on and on. I don't want to take up the whole thing, but there's also healing at the cellular level. And that comes with, when it comes to cancer, it's brought on a lot of times by stress. So you have to make sure that you deal with the internal so that it won't affect the external, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel it. That's interesting. Yeah, nah, you know what? We're gonna have to set a Sunday dinner aside. Natural healing, natural remedies, real food, real eating, growing our own food. We should have these conversations. I think grandma would approve of that. I think, and I like that. And we can bring in survivors. I think that's a better conversation than experts, right? Like people who
I have a group of followers on Facebook under Doris Cancer Oasis. If we can do something collaboratively, I could try to get everybody involved. Because just to share one other thing with you, I was able to get a proclamation done for the Nashville to make September the ovarian cancer awareness. And for November, I'm trying to get a proclamation done for uterine cancer awareness. And they're going to light the bridge here in Nashville, turquoise for ovarian in September, and peach color for uterine in November. And I'm going to have a lighting ceremony.
I love it. I love it. Way to take action, sister, right? Not just save yourself and your family, but to take action. And shout out to, was it a grandmother who passed to get the 250 acres? Who was that?
Oh, it was my grandfather and his sister that owned my grandmother. I mean, not my grandmother, my grandfather's sister. Both of them passed as white, but she's the one that got it put in a deed under her because she looked more white than my grandfather. but I would get a picture. Do you mind if I get her picture?
Please.
Okay, but I'll be right back.
Get the milk thistle too while you in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, don't play with us. We trying to grow and learn now. All right, 200 or 2,000 milligrams for soursop. I don't know who just posted that, but I just ordered it, right? That link I put on there, I put it, oh, it's 2,000 milligrams. Yeah, it was 2,000 milligrams. But I did see something that said 7,500 milligrams. I don't know. But then you also gotta this is not medical advice, y'all. This ain't nothing. You also got to be curious about the dosage, right? Because you might take too much. Like I literally, I OD'd on a couple of things, y'all. So you got to like watch yourself, right? Like I OD'd on honey. I was doing honey. I took too much. My face blew up, like got big. Oh, that's grandma.
That's my grandfather's sister, the one that bought the land in Mississippi.
Grandfather's sister. Okay.
Yeah, and she put him on there on the deed as well. But and I'm trying to get the family to basically get the Doris Cancer Aces on that land, as well as I don't know if you know about the solar panels. Trying to get the solar panels put on some of the acres.
Okay.
With
to sell the energy back into the city type.
Yes, but this is the milk thistle.
Yeah, milk thistle, yeah.
This is what shrunk my tumor, and I still take it today. And then this is also good. This is good for if you're diabetic or have high blood pressure. It's naturally, it's called Berberine Plus.
Berberine.
But that naturally lowers your blood sugar and your blood pressure to where you don't have to take medication.
Yeah. Carl say we getting everything at grandma's table today. Hey, yeah. Listen, the elder's gonna give you what you need, baby. Come here, baby. Let me tell you, you just need some milk thistle. Let me
Well, see, my mother told me, she said when they were growing up, they never went to the doctor. She said they had the sassafras tree, which is what they made tea from. And she said they drank that. And whenever they got the flu or got sick, they made what they call hog hoof tea. The hoof of a hog, smash it up in a bag, boil it. And my mom said that they had to drink that. And she said they never got sick.
Hey, man, the people, they be knowing though. Somebody said, show me that milk thistle one more time.
Okay.
Somebody said, I ain't drinking no hog. I ain't doing it. Milk thistle. All right. I take milk thistle every day. I'm on that one. I'm gonna add me some sour. I know about soursop. First of all, I heard raw soursop. Like if you get the fruit, I heard it's delicious. Right? Like,
oh, really? I never tasted real fruit.
They say it's delicious. Like it's
okay.
Delicious. So I'm starting to learn about its medicinal benefits. Hey man, I don't know if everybody understands this, and sister is really speaking to this. Modern medicine ain't modern. Right? Modern medicine has been taking natural healing, the things that we call natural remedies or oh, my grandma used to tell me that like all of this stuff has been passed down for generations. And, we've turned it over to the white coats and the lab doctors as if they know what they're talking about. But they're making billions of dollars off of keeping you well enough to need more of their services. Now, I'm not saying we need to throw medicine out the window and don't go to the doctor, but there's an intelligence that's been around for a long time. And you start to find out that the chemicals that they're giving you are based upon natural remedies that they're synthesizing because they can make them cheaper and they can make more money off of it. Anyway, but it's a business, right? Now, hospitals are a business. It's not in the business of keeping you healthy, right?
Because they literally remove the good part from they remove the part that quote unquote heals but then they take the part around the cell that protects you from the side effects. The reason you have side effects is because the thing that heals isn't supposed to stand alone, right? So when you get it naturally, but they, like you said, they extract that one thing to make Tylenol, to make acetaminophen, to make all these things, and that's just at the over the counter level. But like what it does is it pulls out the protective part of the cell. That's why people get sick off it, because it's supposed to be taken as a whole food. And they stole that name, but whatever. As a whole food, so you can eat it, like you eat the whole soursop, so it protects you from the side effects from something just healing you. Because a lot of things that heal you are painful, right? You throw peroxide or something, it hurt a little bit. I'm sorry, I just had to say that because it's like they know what they're doing. The side effects are pretty much intentional because they know they're removing the good part from the medicine. My bad, y'all. I be getting a little upset sometimes when I hear about that.
Can I share one more thing with you? My daughter went to Spain last year and she said, Mom, they don't even allow certain things to be like, give an example. She said the Starbucks there for her Asiago, whatever tea that she drinks. She said they use real fruit, strawberries. In the US, they use that syrup, that whatever artificial stuff. And she said the food over there is fresher and it tastes much better. She said her host mom made her fresh bread every day, had fruit with every meal, and she lost so much weight, healthier. And she even said, Mom, if I wasn't in graduate school, I want to move to Spain.
Listen,
yes.
Y'all know I'll be, every time I come back from a trip from Africa, I'm like, listen, y'all, they killing us with this food. Because every time I come back, I be eating the same things over there. And I'm like, it tastes way different. First of all, it tastes better, and Freddie's a foodie, right? I go on trips and I lose weight. It's the craziest thing. It's like you eat more and lose weight because there's something up with the food here. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a food specialist. Something's up.
Yeah,
I eat. That's what I do know.
Just so you know, that my oncologist told me, the popcorn, the microwave popcorn has the white, that plastic bag around it. He said, Sheila, that's cancer carcinogens. That's GMOs. You need to stay away from microwave popcorn. The vegetable oil, the canola oil, all of that has GMOs because of the corn that they get it from. So all of that has cancer carcinogens in it. A lot of the cereals, like wheat, the cereal that you see, stay away from all the cereals. It's unbelievable. Everything is processed.
Everything. Kim, host mom, is the parent in the household that the foreign exchange student, if you will, is staying in the house. So the mom that's hosting the student in the house. So that's a host.
Yes. And my daughter took Spanish in Oviedo, Spain, and she did really well. And she graduated from Lipscomb University, magna cum laude, in May. And now she's in graduate school going through clinical mental health.
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you, sister, for sharing your stories and the links and getting us right. Give me a pill for soursop. That's what I needed. Needed one more. I'm in it, man. I take the vitamins. My dad, but to your point, my dad's 96. And he'll be 96 in October. And he's always been in it. He's take an amazing amount of vitamins. He's always trying something new. And he's like, hey man, all my friends are dead. I'm doing something right. Like I ain't got a formula for you. All I know is I'm trying to educate myself on the best way to keep myself healthy. He goes to the doctor, but he challenges the doctor a lot. I think that's something that we don't talk about.
You have to be your own advocate. I want to share with you one more book. I got a book that I want to share with you. And this is for any type of ailment that you may have. I'll be right back.
Let's go. I love it. I love it when we get into a topic that we didn't even plan, y'all. This this is again the value of coming to grandma's house, right? Coming to your grandparents' house. Sometimes y'all get mad at me for not talking about Papa, but granddaddy's house. Granddaddy here too now. All right, so it's both of them house. Granddaddy he don't need no praise, right? But it's grandma house, right? But thank y'all for coming and having these discussions, these conversations, and being willing to share, right? I think like that's the real important element of it all. Look at your food labels, non-GMO or organic. Some isn't that much more than non-organic. Yeah. We can pay more now to stay healthy or pay more later in medicines and procedures. Yeah, I mean the cost of healthcare is asinine. I don't even know how else to put it, right? So I know it costs more to eat healthy. And the thing about this country, and you know what? We got to get us some doctors on here. I wonder what is the term for the people that label the foods? Would it be farmers? Or like who's labeling these things? Because when you see USDA organic, that's not organic food. That don't mean that it's like real organic food. There's another classification for that. USDA organic is a classification that means it has some organic uh, capacities to it, but it's not organic. So it's like, what type of games are y'all playing at the FDA, right? The FDA, the Food and Death Administration, is which I've heard it called a lot. It's like, what type of games are you playing? Because either organic is organic or it's not organic. Like, what are we doing, right? And it always makes you wonder about the country and its nefarious ways. Is she back? Miss Sheila is.
Here's the book.
Wait, I don't see you no more on my. Okay, hold on. Let me spotlight you.
I got kicked off. I don't know
Okay.
what happened, but I got kicked off.
I got you. You spotlit.
Okay. Here's the book.
Prescription for
Nutritional Healing.
nutritional healing.
So it's everything from A to Z. We're talking every element you can think of, and it tells you what foods to eat, what foods to stay away from, the herbs and supplements to take to naturally heal your body. That's how I found out about the milk thistle. And my father, who has gout, I found out what he should stay away from. He can't have anything fried, no alcohol, no red meat, none of that. And that's what caused his gout.
Can you put the book up again, please? Can we see who it's by?
Sure. It's on Amazon, The Prescription for Nutritional Healing. Can you see the author?
Yeah, I got the link. I got this.
Okay,
stupid
it's
long link here.
it says Phyllis A. Balk. It's the 5th edition is what I have.
Okay, there's a 6th edition.
Oh, there's a newer one. Okay.
Yeah, and it's $13.
Yeah, it's not that much.
So I'm gonna give y'all this big, dumb, long link. I hate it. I gotta say. Oh, I can't even post it. The link so long. Okay, hold on. I see the question mark. Remember, I told you if you got a crazy long link, everything after the question mark and everything after it, you don't need that. So you can delete that. All right. So for you nerds out there, that's like, well, why is there a question mark? They like to track. So it's a tracking mechanism to let them know where did that click come from. And sometimes it's long. All right. So there's the link on Amazon. That's not my affiliate link, by the way. So I'm not selling y'all nothing. I don't got no connection to this. Interesting though. I'll probably order the book myself. I'm all about learning and building in this space, right? And we got to figure out we just got to figure out more ways that we can benefit ourselves and our community. So sharing is caring. So thank you, Sister Sheila. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
How many times you been to Sunday dinner?
This is my second time.
Second time. All right.
I've been busy, so I hadn't been able to join.
Yeah, I ain't
because I've
want to
been
say
helping my mom.
Grandma was like, I don't know if I want to give her no sweet potato pie. You don't be coming around. No, I can't. I kid. Thank you for coming, sister. I definitely
You're
appreciate it.
welcome.
And we appreciate the insight. Well, sorry to hear about your loss. And congratulations on your wins, right? Like, so all of that is wonderful. Somebody did ask to drop the name of your organization. What was it?
It's on Facebook. I'll share with you. It's Doris Cancer Oasis, and I'm on
Like
Facebook.
DORIS?
DORSE, like horse, but with the D.
Doris Cancer.
Cancer Oasis.
Oasis.
And I have an event usually twice a year. And this year I'm going to try to have it virtual, as well as those that can come virtually to do so. I got one more. I'm sorry, I got so much information I want to share with you guys.
And I already done gave you 2 pieces of sweet potato pie. They in the comments saying she get 2
Okay, I'll be
all
quiet.
that knowledge,
I'll
she
be
get 2
quiet.
pieces of sweet potato pie. All right, go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
I want to share with you one thing that did I already share with you about the proclamation that I got done with the mayor's office?
September and October, yes.
Okay. I just got the proclamation today. He wrote up a proclamation for me on ovarian cancer awareness. But what I wanted to also share with you is there's healing through sound waves, and I want to make sure you guys were aware of that.
No, I'm not here.
Are you aware of that?
Nope.
Okay. When you go to the Doris Cancer Oasis site, you will see where I share other resources on how to get healing. I have a friend who does sound waves. He does healing through sound waves. This lady that he helped, she had pancreatic cancer, was told she needs to go to hospice and pretty much just call it a day. She didn't listen to that. So she saw him. He showed her how to infuse her food with THC. So she infuses her food with that, as well as he try to explain it to me, but he says basically through the sound waves, you can heal the body. So he did that for her. She's now cancer free. And he said that she was up dancing and celebrating, had a big celebration. Yeah. But his contact information is on my Facebook page. And I'm a part of this national organization, Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance for the state of Tennessee. And the other people that are part of it, most of them are white. They know about the sound waves healing. They already knew about that. And I was like, I just found out about it like a year ago. But they already been using it and knew about it.
Miss Sheila, with the sound waves, are you referencing like binaural beats or a sound bowl, the singing bowl, or something else?
No, he would have to explain more to you because I'm not sure how he does all that. He just told me when my sister was sick that all he would need to do is listen to her voice over the phone and he could help her. And I was like, what? What do you mean? So I don't know how he does it, but he has people that come to see him from all over the world.
Wow. Hey, well, if you can get him in contact with us, we'd love to see him on Sunday dinner.
Okay, well, I will definitely reach out to him and ask him if he could do that. He would love to do that.
Yeah, if he got a Sunday free, I'd love to hear the conversation. I definitely
love All right.
Thank you, Sister Sheila. We definitely appreciate you and your contributions. Hopefully you enjoy your couple of slices of sweet potato pie. I'm the sweet potato pie hound around here. So if they pass it out sweet potato pie, they must have liked what you got going on, sister.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this has been great. All right, I got Queen AJ and then Brother David. So come on in, young lady. What say you?
I don't have much to say, but I've just been, sitting here listening to all the others. I'm just sitting here. I just taking it out. I love it. Brother Greg, listening to his story about high school and stuff and what he learned, and then he talked about his speech and all that. I definitely feel um, I guess it's a sense of proudness that I feel listening to all the things that my elders are doing. And I really do learn something about y'all. Every Sunday dinner, it's like, wow, I'm just sitting with such a cool group of old people. It's amazing. Stop saying that.
I love it.
Yeah, but even Brother Carl Gray, when he was talking earlier, like I just love when he was talking about getting the young people engaged where we will get engaged, but if y'all gonna sit there and just be yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping, nobody's gonna listen. But when I have a space like this where we can all engage the young people, everybody listens to each other. It's just I'm completely open to be and do something with each and every one of my elders in this space. I feel like I'm learning something. I can take it and teach others. It's interesting to learn too about how how you guys felt about the times that y'all went through, because I think it's very important to not only read about the bigger picture, but to also be able to actually talk to people who have gone through and can give their experiences. It's definitely I just really, really like that. So I want to say thank you. Because yeah, and I'm having a good time. So yeah.
I love it. I love it. Hey, old folks. Oh, I mean, hey, season folks. Carl,
No,
like,
right?
she be
Season
finding
folk.
ways to call us old. Like,
Look, a new way every time. I keep hearing this.
Right?
Look this. See what she doing over there, right?
yeah, we see what she doing.
Queen
Hey,
AJ, I just put the speech and everything in the chat. And anybody else who wants to see it. The speech and
oh,
all.
excellent.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was
Cool.
definitely gonna ask for that.
It's from your grandpa.
Yeah, Grandpa Greg. I love it. I love it. No, I just love that
Mr. Freddie.
the young queen want to hang around us old folks, us seasoned folks, right? Like, Carl, don't be offended, man. Hey, you know what though? You know why I don't get offended when they be like, "Hey, Unc, this is what this and that." I grew up in an era in a place where you was not expected to live to 25. So you call me Unc, boy. You call me Unc. You call me old. You call me whatever, but call me. Call me, right? We out here winning now.
You
All right.
Uncle Freddie. Uncle Freddie. That's what we call you over here. You Uncle Freddie.
Oh, man.
Wait, how the uncle gonna be? You know the uncle older than the elder, right? I'm just saying. How am an elder? He the uncle. He older than me.
No, brother. Hey. I'm sliding out with my win. Come on, Elder Carl.
Well,
No,
see, Mr.
my
Carl, he in the
buddy,
middle. He in the
one of my frat brothers, he like 10 years younger than me, right? So when I first met him, it was like 2008. He had crossed in like 2004. And he's like, oh man, you old. And I was like, keep living. And that's just the truth. Keep living. If you lucky, you keep living. One day, you're gonna be an elder, right? And then you start to figure out what a privilege it is to be an elder. Listen, I wear my grays. I want y'all to know I wear my grays because police be killing folks, and I might get a pass. I don't know. I might get a pass. I don't know if it's guaranteed, but I want every little inch of respect and
Man,
dignity I can get, man. Leave me alone. I am a non-threat. Leave me. I just want to go home. Right. Anyway, that's terrible to say, but all right.
Mr. Freddie,
Yeah. I
this is
got
Ron speaking. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go out of order, but
come on.
as you would say, I haven't caught on to the hand thingy thing yet. But yeah, I'm
We gotta
not
get
trying to
y'all
go out.
together.
But I got something to say for the season and the nookies. Um, my name is Ron Triplett. I come from Louisville, Kentucky, of course, and I spent 6 years on dialysis, y'all, and I spent 6 years off. Now, if I knew, I try to save the world. It's a long story. I'm gonna condense this, but what's going on with this racial um, misdiagnosis that we've been talking about? It sparked something in me to let y'all know that the creatinine level they measure is from a Euro's body. We have high muscle mass, y'all. So it's easy to get misdiagnosed. So once you get misdiagnosed,
and you get put on dialysis, your kidneys will say, "Oh, I've got some assistance. Let me go and shut down." So then the next phase, you're on the hook. You're on dialysis for real because your kidneys are now. Can they be shocked and can they be boosted back up? That's another topic for another day. We have to get more experts. But the point I'm making, y'all, is they getting you with you. You got so many dialysis centers across America now on every corner, almost literally, and that's a part of the problem with Black and brown people. Our muscle mass is different, and then you got the organ trade. It just trickles down. So when I got on the medicine, they immediately tried to tell me that you got cancer, and they took me to a well-renowned Brown Cancer Center, as most people might know, unfortunately, right here in Louisville. So I went over, Mr. Freddie. You know what I'm saying? But I'd already did my research to know that some of the anti-rejection medicine does lower your red blood cells, but they can fight and get back. So they was trying to measure my red blood cell reduction and trying to start chemo, and I'm like, oh no. And I don't have cancer, y'all. And I've been 6 years on dialysis, 29th of July. So doing research, and I'm not trying to reinvent the intellectual wheel on her, but spreading the word, youngins, of what these conversations are about, you won't go down the roads that some of us, not all, have gone down unnecessary. You see what I'm saying? And we can talk further about that. I would love to talk a little bit more about that because being a doctor and then being someone who's actually been through some of this and avoided some real big punches and still here with healthy eating, with natural diet, and really trying to get yourself together, man, it's very deep. And I appreciate the conversation because I don't normally really everything is not for everybody, unfortunately. Some things can go in one ear and out the other, but I feel like this group of intellectual people, Black people, whoever we are, would take this and run with it. Your creatinine level is much different than an average European person or a person who's predominantly white. Therefore, they get you on the hook when you show symptoms in your kidney function, which there's warning signs. They just don't shut down overnight, but there's preventive measures that will keep you off that machine, which they love for you to be on, and then the games begin. But that's all I gotta say for now, Mr. Freddie.
I love it. No, thank you for sharing that, brother. Glad you jumped in. We gotta get your hand game together.
Get my what game together? Out of hand.
How to raise the hand, you know what I
I
mean?
apologize, y'all. Yeah, I've been
you're all
strolling.
good, brother.
I'm strolling through here, and I'm like, man, where is it at? Where is it at? But yeah, we can talk further about that topic of misdiagnosis, which, like I said, you've heard me say a lot about Germany's Black Holocaust, y'all. That book is deep. That's the book that started the European, that was the playbook colonizing South Africa. And there were a lot of tribes that wasn't having it, but when they went in the late 1890s and did that Euro committee group thing and came back with force, then that's what happened. But there's an island called Shark Island, and I'm not telling it like don't nobody know, but we need to talk more about that Shark Island because what happened then is happening now. When you talking about these swamps and all these secret laboratories, people disappearing, sex trade and organ trade, this stuff is happening right now, man. And this, I thank you for this platform, Freddie. And I'm gonna shut up, but man, this stuff is deep, man. It's cooking, man.
No, you good,
Yeah,
brother. You good. I
yeah.
know how it get exciting because you get an opportunity to share, right? It ain't a lot of spaces that we have, that we could do that. So we
And
definitely
I give Freddie's wheels is turning a little bit. I can see. Yeah, man. We appreciate that. I appreciate all
and I
everybody.
promise we're gonna follow up with this conversation. I'm gonna inbox the team here. Let me pass along the discussion, but I'm gonna inbox the team and
Thank
make
you
sure
so
that we
much.
can start to get this on the docket, right? Because I love this conversation, especially when the community can pour into itself. I think like that's a beautiful
Well,
thing.
Miss Sheila sparked it. Miss Sheila, amongst many others,
Yeah.
sparked that, and we appreciate your quest and what you're doing. And then I have a good friend here that's highly into the sickle cell thing. That's another topic. You know what I'm saying? Let me shut up, Freddie. All
No,
right.
yeah, because now you get me fired up. My sister passed from sickle cell, right?
Oh
So
man.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, that's another topic. That's another topic, Freddie. Yeah.
yeah,
All
no,
right,
that's
Freddie.
definitely a good one.
Yeah.
We gonna get into them. Let me let I got Betsy, Queen AJ, and Sheila, and somebody dropped off. Frankie, where you go? You was in the mix now, then you dropped your hand down. So if
Oh,
you
that
want to
was
get
me.
back in there, I'll let you back in there. But let me let Betsy into
That was me that dropped
the
off, brother.
discussion.
Okay, I think you can hear me. I think took my own mute off and it's okay. Sheila, you said something about microwave popcorn and you were absolutely right that the bag is poisonous. It's terrible. And I learned about that a bunch of years ago. But I love popcorn and I love microwaving. You can look it up. Maybe they're lying, but it's called Black Jewel, like, jewels, Jewe, maybe two L's, maybe one. Amazon has it. You can just look, that's the brand. And their bags are supposed to be totally safe, no GMO. There's other things. It lists 5 good reasons that you should, if you want to have
I got you. Well, I pop my popcorn over the stove. I'm old fashioned. I'm old school.
I know, but I can't even. I'm not going to go. We had so many mice, and they ate my stove, and they ate my clothes, and they ate everything. And so
wow.
Been over but I'm trying.
Okay.
Back on top, but that was something you can look, and if you find out that that's a big lie, you can let me know too. But that's the micro.
Okay.
That I have.
Okay.
Yeah. Black too.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm ready for having these. These are great. I just love it.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here and enjoying it. And I just dropped the link to Black Jewel down in the comments so somebody can test them out, right? Like, why not? But I appreciate you sharing and glad you being here. Yeah, no, good conversation, right? Is always good. Brother David, come on, man. Stop it. Get back over here, man. Get your hand up. Get back in this conversation. Sheila, come on, Sister Sheila, come on in.
Okay.
Then Brother Frankie, I want to get
All
you
right.
back in here.
I'll make this quick. I just want to share with you guys about Ozempic. Ozempic, I took for 2 weeks. I had allergic reaction. It causes projectile vomiting. And I found out the Mounjaro is the other piece of that similar. They have another one called Mounjaro. In Japan, they banned Ozempic, Mounjaro, all of that. They don't believe in those semaglutides. So they made what they call a natural, and they call it Japanese Mounjaro. And Ozempic, one of the side effects, it will cause blindness. A lot of people don't know that. But that Ozempic is not good for you. I mean, I know it's causing a lot of people to lose weight or whatever, but I was sicker than a dog. I told the doctor, I'm not taking that crap. So I don't take any semaglutides. I'm naturally taking care of my diabetes, and I've gotten my numbers down by doing that berberine plus that I shared with you guys. And I walk on the average of 4.5 miles a day. So it's all about what you put in is what you're going to get out.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. Hey, y'all, we definitely gonna do a deeper dive on health and remedies and conversations because it's clear that we want it and need it. Brother Frankie, come on in this conversation, and then I'm gonna force Brother David back up because he acting like I don't want to hear from him no more. Here, our OGs, we definitely love to hear from them. Hey, good brother, how you doing?
Just fine. How everybody today?
Excellent, excellent.
I
Dive
really-
in where you must.
I really been enjoying the conversation. I was just thinking about what one of the brothers was saying. I was when I was younger, I was in a town called Sanford, Florida. And I was kind of remembering when I was a kid, in our parades, the Ku Klux Klan would ride their horses with their hoods through the parades and throw candy to the black kids. I don't know if any of you all ever experienced that, but that was something that I experienced as a kid. And Sanford, Florida, right now, that's where Trayvon got killed. But just to bring it up to date, uh, I was it was six of us back in '67 that started in Albany, Georgia. We started at Albany High School, and they sent us over. Uh, they didn't even bus us; we had to walk across town to the school. So I'm just saying we have gone. There's a lot of situations in many of our lives that uh, that we had to deal with that the young people today. So when the young fellows today come up and they say, "Well, what's going on, Unc?" I say, "What's going on, nephew?" Because they are trying to respect you the way that they know. They don't know any different. So therefore, it's important for us. Even like when we were coming up, we had to say yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Mom used to send us down the corner and take this over to Miss Julia May's house, and we had to run over to Miss Julia May's house and knock on Miss Julia May and say, Miss Julia May, Mama sent this over to the house. Is there anything else I can do for you? You know, those types of things we had to do, but we're losing because we didn't teach this generation. Part of the legacy of our people, period, even from Africa, part of the legacy that we need to begin to reinstill in our young ones is not to just say yes to a grown-up, to begin to get them to appreciate the elders, whether they are young elders, middle-aged elders, or senior elders, it don't matter. But it's important that we begin to reestablish the neighborhood, reestablish the village that is necessary so that, and from there we can begin to build again because they have, the European way of not caring has been instilled in our hearts and in our minds to where we see another, and it's about not, we it's mine, my foe, and no more. And we got to think beyond that and allow our family, our village, our group, and the love for that group to come back. I'm done.
I love it, brother. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate you participating and joining the conversation, man. And like I want to piggyback on really your participation and really all of y'all participation to remember that the conversation is better when you participate. Right? It's great. Listen, I love to hear Brother Freddie's voice. I like this guy. I like what he got to say. I agree with him 1000% even. But it's better. The conversation is still better when you participate and you join in. I want to get Brother David in here. Carl, I'm gonna come to you afterwards. David, where you at, man? Come on, jump in this conversation. David been shy, man. He over here. I ain't call on him quick enough. I'm messing with
No,
you.
that was last week when you kept
Nah, what's
skipping me, and so I've been on hold since then. But no, man, it's great to hear all these. These are like real testimonials about this, like, and then the fluidity of the conversation. But it all ties back to the original question, which is stolen identity, because you know um, for example, when someone brought up Dr. Sebi, um, when he beat his case in New York, went up against the Supreme Court of New York State, one of the first thing he asked, and this is to go off what the previous brother had just spoke about, the differences in physiology between melanated people and Caucasian people. He asked when we were brought over here from Africa, was our food brought with us? And he then, when his point was that not every one body is built for the same type of food. Polar bears can't eat what grizzly bears eat, and so on and so forth. So it is important to understand that, and that goes back to having knowledge itself. And so I referenced this book last time, The Iceman Inheritance, and that talks about why the European is the way he is. The harsh conditions made him the way he is. That's essentially the point of the book. Now you take that, and we know who dominates the resources of this earth today. It's not hard for us to understand that after dealing with such a brutal people, that we have become inverted and have been taken away from what it is that we used to know. Someone mentioned earlier, we used to not get sick. We knew what herb to go pull up and what concoction to make in order to get better. There's a picture that was online a few years ago of half a dozen elderly Black women. They were all over 100, well over 100, 115 even, and they were all, they weren't in bad condition or anything. It was just a picture of elderly Black women standing together. And so we had this knowledge, but we got away from it because, again, we've been inverted, and we have become projections or reflections of the dominant culture right now. But that culture paradigm and model, everything is based on this model, which always leads to death, period. Everything. So anything that come with so-called healing, there's always these poisonous effect. Even my son noticed it one day. He was like, a ad came on for some medicine, and then he pointed out, all right, let's listen real close for the fast side effects, because they read it off real quickly. And and one time they said death. He said death. And it's just what it is. The sister who mentioned Ozempic, I saw you posted about Ozempic either earlier today or yesterday. This is what it is. So yeah, this system is built on a death paradigm, and we're absolutely right, and you're right. When you point out the youth, are the drivers of these movements, it takes me back to when the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I'm a henceforth refer to him as the messenger instead of saying that long title. But when he was young, he was sharecropping as a teenager, and the owner of the plantation threatened to put hands on him because he was known as a brutal plantation owner. And the messenger told him, then, you touch me, I'm gonna touch you. Young people, no matter what time period, the young of that time are a lot less fearful than everyone else. And so when we think about today, these we call this generation the Joshua generation, because they're the ones who's actually going to inherit the land and do that work. They are fearless and they brilliant, and this process, I mentioned the Renaissance in my previous comment. That Renaissance that we're seeing is our process of reverting ourselves, and this is a clinical thing. This isn't something that I'm making up. Some people call it Stockholm syndrome, and scriptures is literally called being inverted, or the devil say he's going to turn God's people inside out. And so we're reflecting this dominant culture, which means for a long time we've just been surviving in hell, as you mentioned, right? And no matter what we do, whether we code switch or no matter what, it's always going to end up in a bad situation for us. So we do have to practice that Sankofa principle that you've been putting out, brother. Reclaiming what we had, because we already have the answers. We already know. And one last thing I'm gonna say about Dr. Sebi is, there's these things that you hear today about fasting and intermittent fasting and alkaline diet and all of this. And the sister had mentioned that he was taken out. Well, you see, almost everything that he was preaching, they are now bearing witness to it and promoting it and getting paid off it like they always do. So um, I'm gonna land my plane there, and I'll probably come back on a little later after I hear a few more comments.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, brother. I always appreciate you and your engagement. Come on, brother Carl, what you got to say? Then I got Queen AJ jump into this conversation.
So just what was on my mind as you was talking and everybody was talking, this just came to my heart. It's not really on topic, to be honest with you. It's just the importance of protecting what we have. And when I say what we have, I'm talking about this community. And I was like, okay, and I be thinking, I think a lot because I got a lot of locks in my head. So it's just, my intent just made it up. But that we protect this community. We protect what we have here. And when I say protect, it's not just, defending outside. Like you may see somebody in the kind of Brother Freddie was talking earlier about some stuff in the comments. But as I have studied history, one of the biggest ways to protect is to fortify. And one of the best ways to fortify a community like this is financially. I know the first time he had the link, he put it out there, how to pay, how to help to support Sunday dinner by buying the plate. And no, I don't get no affiliate commission off of what I'm about to say. But I encourage everybody to give something. Whether it be on the website, whether it's to go in to buy a book, buy some cards, gift a book. Because while support is great, while people showing up is great, while having great conversations is good. Nothing beats cash, right? There's a scripture that says money answers all things. And some of you try to figure it out. Don't try to figure it out. Just know it's true. Drop a dime. I mean, when I say dime, like real money, you know what I'm saying? Like $5, $10, $20, whatever. Make it a habit. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your heart is. Like, I'm like, look, I already bought a book, but I'm about to gift the book to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Even before mine arrives, I need to gift it to somebody else to make sure that they get it. So that was just on my heart because that's how you really protect something like this. Freddie been going live for a minute doing this. We've seen it grow. A lot of us have learned, made connections, know each other. I mean, it's become a place of enjoyment. Like I'll be like, oh shoot, it's 3:30. I got to get on. I popped up like, hey, this is a point. Y'all saw me. I was at an airport and I had to get on. So I mean, for a lot of us, this has become something that we've received a lot from. And to the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is required. I think we've got to really understand what that says. We've been given a lot. So please, it's just my encouragement that we give to this platform, to this movement. As we know, Brother Freddie, he's a very successful man, but he's also an example of how to build community. And so, but when people see the communities are also not just coming together, but also thriving, there's an element of respect that comes with that. There's an element of replication. There's an element of like, oh yes, this is something for all of us to be a part of. Because if you go back and you look, a lot of these strong movements didn't make it because they weren't funded. People were coming and they were only getting, and they weren't giving to the extent that they were giving. And I'm not saying if you can't give, don't show up. But what I'm saying is, if you can give. If you can bring some ingredients for the recipes that are being cooked here, the platform, because he said they're working on commission. I see. I'm not. When I say I ain't at all, I ain't at all. He can tell you. I don't bought every set of cards he got. So it's reverse commission. I'm paying to be here. It feels like. But the truth is, I did it because, so the first time I met Freddie was the day before he had that shirt on in his video. We was at, this January. And like the brother poured into me before I knew who he was. And I was like, oh shoot, did he get on stage? And then I found he got this thing. And so, I'm the type of person, whenever I go speak somewhere, my goal is always to leave the people around more connected with the person in front of them. They're really, so I will be a remiss, especially given the breadth of the conversation we had today, which went everywhere, from schooling to history to health, to religion. I mean, all of the things that really matter to us. We see that this is something that matters and it is helping. So in order for it to keep doing that, we must we must do something. Like, I ain't gonna tell them to close the doors. I ain't gonna say close the doors, but what I am saying is you shouldn't want to walk out without giving. That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying close the doors, but I am saying you shouldn't want to walk out without giving, without dropping something. Go leave a testimony about the book if you've bought it. Go live and read a few pages. Anything to get the message out, because there is no shame. There's no shame in this. Like, when you're trying to build something, you can't have shame, right? You can't be like, oh well, I don't want to. I don't want to. Nah, show that you down for the cause. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, me and my homegirl, we gonna host a game night, and we better not say instead of taboo, because we trying to promote this thing. Like, so that was just my encouragement. Is if you've been coming here, even if it's your first time, if you've even had the opportunity to say what you say in front of more people than you could ever do on your own, give a little bit, give a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that was just on my heart to say, man. I try to, if it's on my heart, I'm gonna jump out there and say it. So yeah, that's it.
Say a little prayer for you. Okay, all right. No, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Look, let me drop the link then. Listen, we got a Sunday dinner love, right? You can definitely help contribute to Sunday dinner. I'm gonna drop that link on YouTube. This is the perfect time. Thank you, Carl. The team will appreciate you, because I never say nothing about this, and they be like, you should drop the link. Sometimes they can help. But we're trying to keep Sunday dinner free, right? So he is talking about something good. This does take money. This is not a free, it's not a free thing, right? Oh, you like, oh, it's on YouTube, it's on Zoom. No, all of this costs, right? To get you here costs, those emails costs, those texts costs, everything there's a fee to it. So we did create Sunday dinner support, right? Pull up a chair and support Sunday dinner. So if you like what you heard today, definitely drop a donation. Anything from $1 to, I think, $5,000 is available. I ain't gonna shortchange y'all if y'all want to get wild with it. But if you like what you do, like what we're doing, and you like us to keep it free for the community, and you want to support, definitely. Grandma got the doors open. We ain't gonna lock the we ain't gonna lock the doors. I like that, Kyle. You hilarious, brother. But I definitely appreciate y'all. So I dropped that link down there. Again, anything from $1, dollar, $5, $3, whatever the case may be, it all helps. And we definitely appreciate it. And we want to continue to grow this thing. I think we got something special. I don't know if y'all think that this is special like I do, but I just know that the community has a knowledge and an insight that the rest of us need to hear, right? And I like to think that I'm humble enough not to try to be the star, but try to rather make y'all the stars of the show and share your insight and knowledge with the community. So, all right, we're gonna keep it going. I got Queen AJ, Sheila, and Brother Greg. Let's drop in with Queen AJ. What say you, young lady? You gave me a heart. You didn't unmute though.
that was my brother.
Okay.
So, I wanted to respond because can you repeat your original question about stolen identity?
I don't even know where we was with the questions, right? Like, we just been out here talking. Where you at? What's on your mind? Let's keep going.
Oh, okay. Well, I was listening to Brother David talk about identity, and I have something that I really feel like I've noticed about our generation is we really seek to make our own identities. Like, that's something about our generation. We not letting nobody tell us who we are. We like, well, I'm gonna pick and choose. And I think that that's something in a way, because like I talked to my grandma about it. She like, well, we didn't do that when we were younger. We weren't allowed to just, like, you just pick and choose what you are and want to do, because although we all have bounds, you guys still experience more boundaries and things like that. So now for our generation, when it comes to us getting and staying connected with the elders, they looking at us like we are off the chain. We off the hook. They like, what are y'all doing? And the more that I talk with my elders about it, and I help them to realize just because we are shaped our own identities don't mean that we won't listen as a generation. There are many, many of us who will listen, but oftentimes we don't get the spaces or places for our identities to come together, because that's the thing too. When everybody is separated, because it's just like y'all put into one group, oh no, everybody, all of y'all is crazy. We don't give opportunities for any of us to come together and figure our stuff out. It just has everybody in one group. So then when it is time to come together and we're learning about each other, it's like, oh, I thought this wasn't gonna happen, or dang, I didn't know anybody was gonna listen. But we're wasting time. We're pushing ourselves farther and farther back. The more we just sit down and just, well, it's whatever, because I don't want to deal with them, and I don't know if they're gonna want to deal with me. It's all this, oh, but maybe, and I definitely think that that is a huge issue. Like Brother Carl was talking about with, getting the message out, even if you can't get the money. Like me, I don't got no jobs. I can't be paying for Sunday dinner. But what I do aim to do is I'm going to get the word out to as many people my age and older as I can. I'm going to talk to people no matter what event I go to. Like I was just at the Black Women's Expo and I talked about Sankofa Club. Like that technically has nothing to do with the Sankofa Club, but it's a space where we can all come together, no matter who you are, and like no matter what energy, we come together and we get this done. Like we're having a good conversation. Okay. Every Sunday, everybody comes and eats. Our bellies are full. Okay. I be stuffed when I leave. So I make sure this is a space that I want to keep together. So I'm not just gonna, I went to Sunday dinner and then not talk about it. No, if you have a space and you have a place where you can speak up and talk about it, that's exactly what I'm gonna do in as many spaces as I can. And I think that many of us, I guess we aren't programmed, because it's like, well, am I really doing anything for it? I am talking about it, but is that going to do anything? Well, you won't know if you don't say anything at all. And that is something that I really strive for every age group to understand. It's because if we just keep going with this, maybe we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to stay exactly where we are. And the people who are against us are going to be pushing us farther and farther and farther back down the pedal. And then we're going to be looking like, oh, how did this happen? And it's kind of like, we did it to ourselves. And it's a bad thing to say, because it shouldn't be happening at all. But we did it to ourselves. And then I was sitting, and this has nothing to do with this point. It's not a separate point. So I was sitting and I was thinking about how I talked about the elders. I just love these stories so much. I love hearing it. It really is feeding my soul right now. And so something I was thinking about doing is I want to get in contact with as many of you guys as whoever has time. I want to sit down with each and every one of you, and I want to hear your story. Like I want to research. I want to figure out where you lived in the towns and what I just want to learn about each and every one of you. And it's because I care. And I feel like even though we may not be related technically, I like, it's a calling basically for me to learn about.
Queen AJ, hold on. Tell him one, give him how old you are, and then tell him what you're gonna do. I'm not gonna say what you want to do, what you're gonna do. And then I think that'll help tie the interest of what you just said with who you are. So give them that.
Huh? You say give them what?
Like tell them how old you are, and then what you want to do, what your career profession is.
Oh, well, I'm 16. Oh, and I guess this does go along with what I want to do, because when I get older, I want to be an archivist. So like actually right now I'm taking 3 AP history classes. I'm taking AP art history, AP US history, and AP world history. And I honestly just do, I have a need to inhale history. I don't care which part it is. I want to learn about it. And I guess that does go along. It's just in my spirit to really learn. And each and every one of you are so special. And like I said, I learned so much more about every one of you every time we get on Sunday dinner. So that's something I would love to do, is just sit down with as many as views I can get. Brother Greg, I have to get to you. You are first on the list because I really, really want to learn your story. Brother Carl is on there. I was reading you guys' comments. You guys are talking about you're related. So that's so cool. Mother Sheila, I want to hear more about your family. I heard you talking about the cancer and you beating it. And it's so good. You were talking about all the remedies because my great grandma, she swears by this stuff. She is always talking about a new supplement she's found. It's so funny because she'll be like, have you heard about this? And I'm like, what's that? And then she'll go off with a whole list of everything. And it's just so amazing. So yes, if I can, I want all of the contact information and I want to learn about you guys because I really care and I feel it. I love it.
I love it. I love it. My only request is I can't go first. There's too many stories to be told besides my boring story. But I'll tell you this, we all are going to support you the best way that we can, right? Give me a one in the comments if we all supporting this 16-year-old phenom that is going to change the world. We're going to help to make sure of it because she got the passion and the energy to do it, right? This is our chance though. But this is thank you, Queen. I appreciate you. And she's the queen, former queen. Well, she's always gonna be a queen inside of the Sankofa Club, right? This is where we teach Black history and culture to children inside of urban intellectuals. And she's been in it for a while, right? But we are going to support her the best way that we can. Look, Carl dropping emails like, come on and talk to me. Carl, yeah, definitely, you definitely need to hook up with Brother
Look,
Carl.
for real, look, we can hop on. Look, we can hop on a Zoom tomorrow. You can interview. Look, let's make this happen. Get you out there.
Yay!
Look, we can go live. What you talk? Get your. If it's cool with your mom, we can make it happen. Like I don't do waiting. I move fast.
I know Mama nearby, so grab Carl's email, and I'll vouch for him, Queen. So you'll be all right. He's a good guy. Got a great program, and you've been talking to him. You've been hearing him talk. So I would definitely think that that's a great conversation for y'all to have. But we definitely gonna support you. So I love it. I love it. Look, they all dropping their emails, right? Yeah, you know how to get to me. So
Thank you. I will be using them. I will be in contact with everybody probably within the next month because I want to get this done. Thank you so much.
I love it. I love it. This is what I'm talking about, man. Listen, I'm gonna keep saying it. This is why I like this show. Cause I listen, I got an agenda, y'all. Like I got stuff up here, but I'm quick to wane off of it because the flow of the conversation goes in a better place, right? And it gets better when y'all get involved. So thank y'all for being involved. Hey, thank y'all for everybody that's been donating. The team is like, oh my God, what just happened? So shout out to you, Brother Carl, for sparking the donation conversation, right? Thanks for that, brother, because they over here like, what's going on? Why all these donations are starting to come in now all of a sudden? I'm like, oh, Brother Carl said something. And of course they're like, oh, but you didn't say nothing, did you, Freddie? Like, oh, my bad. I get caught up in the conversation. I love it. I want to keep it going. I got Sheila. Hold on, let me make sure I got the order right. Sometimes it gets mixed up. Sheila, Carolyn, Alicia, and yeah, and then we are on. All right, so Sister Sheila, come on back into the discussion.
Okay. I just want to share with you. I dropped in my information. Another thing that I would like to is it AJ? Is that what you?
Yes.
Okay. My daughter also goes by AJ, but what I was going to say is start like here in Nashville, a young man, he started what they call Black Market. First Friday of every month. All the young people get together. They have Black businesses that share their whatever they're selling. They also do line dancing. They have a DJ, and it costs like $5. So a lot of the young people meet up every first Friday. It's called Black Market. And if you could, and maybe you could start something like that in the city that you're in to get the Black community together, and not just Black community, but just make people aware of what the Black community has to offer.
I love it. I love it. Thank you for pouring
Where,
into to her. Oh, I'm sorry, AJ. Go ahead.
excuse me, where's this located?
In Nashville, it's called the Black Market. First Friday of every month, they meet together and they have Black businesses that showcase their products and they do line dancing. My daughter goes religiously, and
Oh,
she's
thank you.
only 22, and she says she loves it. She says, "Mom, I'm so glad." And I know the founder because his mother is my hairstylist. And but yeah, she said her son had it on his heart to try to bring the community together and to start something, and he did it.
Wow.
Oh, that's good. I have a couple people I know in business that I could probably try to get together. So thank you.
And what city are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Illinois. I'm in Illinois.
Okay, well I have relatives there, and I moved from Illinois to Asheville, but I have a lot of connections there. My cousin who owns his own advertising agency, and maybe I can put you in connection with him because he's always looking for ways to help. Basically, he tries to help brand whatever product you have. He helps you in branding it and making it
And
successful.
could you maybe hook her up with the guy who's doing the line dance and stuff in Nashville?
Oh, who's doing the black market?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. I'll talk to his mother and
Because AJ, I know if you in Illinois, you know them boots on the ground.
Oh yeah. At the Black I was at the stage dancing. I got my fan. Yes, I do.
What a fan back. Listen, they is up here. Right, yeah.
AJ, do you mind sharing your contact information in the chat, and then I can
Yeah, you could just inbox her directly.
okay, just inbox her directly. Okay.
Yeah, we do that,
Okay.
Try to keep it.
Gotcha. I understand.
Yeah, Mama AJ might look at me sideways if I put all my information out here.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, we know Mama AJ. Mama AJ is always right by now. She got a great support system, and we gonna be some extended cousins, y'all. So we gonna take great pride in Sister AJ's rise and elevation and how she impacts the world. So let's continue. All right, I got Sister Carolyn, then Sister Alicia. How you doing, young lady?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to tack on to the young man that was talking about him being on dialysis. My primary physician referred me to a kidney specialist based upon my results of my lab work. And I noticed, I had regular scheduled visits, but there really was just, weighing me, taking my vital signs. There wasn't any treatment being done. And finally, I asked him, exactly how long are you going to be seeing me, because I don't see where I'm benefiting from the visits. He shared with me, not to the degree about the muscle mass that this young man relayed today, which was really tied into this, but he did share that my lab results were not abnormal for my ethnicity, but that my primary has no choice but to refer once my results, patients' results reflect like mine. But for me and my ethnicity, this is norm. It's the norm. And he said he released me because he had followed me for the mandatory year. So it's a money-making thing as well. Based upon the medical standards, they must refer. And even though there's not going to be any treatment come out of it. And so I just wanted to share that, to add that to what the young man had said about what he had gone through.
Yeah.
And a lot of it does have to do with our ethnicity. And it's not an abnormality.
Right. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
sharing that. And this platform, Mr. Freddie's platform, is going to start it's another slash of movement that we can start by bringing that awareness. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm overstepping my boundary,
Go
Freddie.
ahead, brother.
But
Go
yeah,
ahead.
but yeah, that's these are stories that can be captured by the young folks and put into proper category, and man, prevent the youngins from going through what a lot of us have went through. And we definitely appreciate you, and we definitely appreciate the gentleman making aware of the funds and contribution that needs to be. I have a phobia with Amazon, but I'm gonna get through that, Freddie, and definitely gonna start contributing. We appreciate that though.
Yeah. No, we appreciate you, man. And thank you for your contributions and all of that. Or if you just want to, I don't know, shoot an email to Tamiko. Everybody talks to Tamiko, y'all. So I'm gonna put Tamiko stuff out there. Tamiko at Urban
May
Selection.
I ask, do you have Cash App?
That's what I was gonna say. Like, if you just email Tamiko, I just drop the email down there and be like, "Hey, Tamiko, I want the book, or I want to do whatever, but I don't want to mess with this or that."
And I don't, yeah, yeah. I've been meaning to say it to
You
you,
got
so I
Cash App. Hold
apologize.
on, I forgot about it. UI Cash. So UI Cash. That's it. That's our Cash App there as well. But yeah, so but I would
Say no
say
more.
talk. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Say no more. If that's the Cash App, say no more. And I'm gonna email her too.
Yeah, email her because
I've
then
been burnt.
you could just drop the cash and then like we'll like ship you a book or something. Like we'll make it
Right,
happen.
right, right. I got you. I got you. Say no more.
Got it, brother. Thank you, man. We definitely appreciate you. Um, yeah, but no, these are important conversations, and like I said, I love the space because you just never know where it's gonna go, right? Like where the conversation gonna go. And like I love that it doesn't cause a lot of stress on me because I don't gotta carry the show for 2 hours or 4 hours or however long we are here, right? Um, and and I don't gotta fully develop it because we just get an opportunity to come together like we family at the table and having these important conversations, and then we can enlighten each other in different areas. Hopefully it stay a little focused, which I think we are today, right? Because we're really talking legacy and future and identity and things that are happening to us, and like because of the stuff that okay, the Identity Summit, Stolen Identity Summit tomorrow is really about the children and our future. But the stuff that we're talking about, if we don't get these things solved, it's going to impact them tomorrow, the next day, right? The next week, the next month, the next year, the next decade, where they're going to be dealing with the same issues. So we got to kind of get to this. And that's really where I want to bring the core of the company around is really our future, right? Let's get to the core of all of these issues today. And more importantly, what can we do about it today that's going to positively impact tomorrow or the next generation? So I'm just loving this discussions. Let me let Alicia in. Come on in, young lady. How you doing? What
I'm
did you do?
in fine. How are you,
I'm
Freddie?
great. How you doing?
Good. My Detroit friend. I'm on here because I've spoke before, but Carolyn brought up a good point. I had a conversation where my son called my daughter to say he's going to have a baby, and the baby has this growth on her hand, and my daughter said, "Her hand." She said, "Did you know Mama had a growth on her hand?" And he was like, "No." She said, "Yes, you did, because she told us." And so on Facebook, my daughter brought me this book. I don't know if you can see it or not. I don't know how it's not. Let me do this. Hold on.
Move it towards your face, because
Let me put my face.
yeah. To
Let me do this.
all
Let me
right, you
put it
gotta
on
take
my
your
face.
blur off.
Yeah. Hold on.
Does it look like this?
This. Look
Oh,
like
I want to hear your story. Yeah, look, Sheila got one too. Wait, hold on,
My
Sheila. Keep
son
yours
gave me
up. Y'all
this.
keep y'all's
right.
up.
So this young man on Facebook text
I
me back
love it.
and said, "Miss Alicia, I sent this book to my mom because you brought up a good point, and I thank you for bringing that point up." And then so I think I've inspired people that after my daughter, after I talk to my kids all the time, but they don't remember because they don't think that's important when you tell them stuff about you. Now, for me, I'm 66 and I don't take any medication. I do all herbals. I'm a herb person. I season with just herbs. I've never had diabetes, high blood pressure, or any of those, but hereditary things do happen. And so I was in college and we were doing some experiment and I was like, why I don't feel good? And come to find out I had breast cancer. And my mother had breast cancer. My grandmother had breast cancer. So it was like, what? I said, because when I went to the doctor, I said, well, I don't eat, I eat right, I do all of this. But they said this must be hereditary. And then that's when I had to go ask my mom, because back then they kept secrets. They didn't want the kids to know if they were sick or if something was going on with them. And so I was like, okay, we got to stop this. This is not good. And my grandfather, he had lung cancer, prostate cancer, liver cancer. He had every cancer you could think of. And my dad had prostate, but my mom and dad, they beat theirs. My grandmother didn't, my grandfather didn't. So when I got the prognosis, I had this big old lump in my breast and I couldn't figure out what it was. But when I went to the doctor, they told me it was cancerous and I prayed on it so hard. By the time they did the biopsy, they said it's we can take it out and you're gonna have a procedure. You got to take it out your breast and everything. And then it wasn't cancer. So they were saying, well, it was cancer before, but it's not now. I said, minute you said that, I went back to my remedy of eating right, changing my diet, and doing everything. So, Freddie, I didn't know. I've been with Urban Intellectual, I think, since y'all started because I bought the cards and everything back then. That's because at my church, every February, I did Black History. Every Sunday, I had either an adult or a child to pick um, somebody that's famous, Black History, through Black History. But I told them, I don't want Martin Luther King. I don't want to do Rosa Parks. I'm going to tell y'all, there's over 1,000 new inventions that came from African American people. So I enlightened them, and every year I would not do the same one. And they was like, "Where are you getting all this?" I have this big old binder full. I got 3 binders full of Black history. So every year I knew, nope, we did this last year. We got to pick something else. So I'm also a person that goes to the national parks. I got this from one of the national parks. So this is something that I've taken to heart is that I'm going to visit every national park and I've been traveling all over the world. I think I've been to 35 different national parks.
Wow.
So I pick up everything everywhere I go. I buy things that have Black history in it all the time. And then since before COVID, my family had a family reunion and I was asking everybody questions, just like AJ. So I started writing it down and I end up doing this chart for my family. It goes all the way back to 1904. I'm trying to get all of it filled out, but I've just got their names on it all the way. This is a whole long chart of my family. So I'm working on it real diligently to get it all done. But I see how important now history and letting our kids know the history. And one thing that disappointed me, I have a young man that I always kind of mentor, and he had a baseball game in where were we at? North Carolina. And so I drove down there to his baseball game and I bought him this Negro history t-shirt from the Negro baseball team. And he said, "Oh no, I won't wear that." Shock me to death. And it was like how our mindsets, but then I went to his baseball game, most of the team members were Caucasian. So I said, that's what's happened. His mind is not tuned to what happened with us back in the day or history. I want to ask, how did you think you got to where you are? To be he got plenty of awards through baseball. But I told him, I told his mom, I said, he needs to know where the baseball history of African Americans came from. So that's my little input. I thank Miss Carol for bringing that up because that's what made me go get all of this to say we need to really get our youth involved in our history because they are really blinded just because the schools do not teach it. They teach Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and Harriet Tubman, the three people. That's it. Because you can ask any kid now, who do they know in Black history? And those are the 3 to 4, maybe Sojourner Truth, or more, maybe, or First Lady Michelle Obama. They might say that. So, but that's what I wanted to reiterate that we need to stop because my son, not knowing that I told him that, made me realize my daughter said, Mama, I got a present for you. It's coming in the mail. And she sent it to me. So I started writing in it. And Sheila, I hope you started writing in yours.
I have.
Okay.
Can you put
I
the
have
book
to
back
start
up
writing
again?
in it. Matter of fact, I'm working on a book to share
Yes.
everything that I've been through, and
That's
I call
what
it Journey
that's
Through
what
the
I'm doing
Storm and how
too.
God brought me through.
Hey,
Yeah.
one more time. There you go. I was going to ask you to show it. Mom, I want to hear your story.
Yes.
They were asking for that in the comments.
Who's it
Mom,
by?
I want to hear your
Who's it
story.
by?
I've seen the ad about that because they do, Dad, I want to hear your story.
Yeah.
Put up the bottom so we can see the bottom part.
Bottom just says a mother's guide journal to sharing her life and her love.
Oh, it's a journal. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, dear.
You're
What was
welcome.
what was the
And
name
it
of
says on the back,
the
find
history
your
book?
family connections. So
Alicia, what was
yes.
the name of the how do you did I pronounce your name right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is the name of the history books? You said you got a lot of information about Black
Ooh,
history.
I'm
What
gonna
are
have
some
to
of the
look.
names of those
I'm
books?
seriously, I have a whole container with them, and and then on the other side of the house, but maybe the next Sunday,
Okay.
I can show y'all all the history I have, the books
Yeah, I
and the
would like to know
binder.
some of the names because when I was in Chicago, I used to go to this bookstore, and when I worked for IBM, we would do Black history, and I will put a page from the book on each cubicle to
Okay.
teach everybody about what we contribute in Black history. And a
Right.
lot of the people had no idea,
Mm-hmm.
like the
That's true.
stoplight, open heart surgery, all of that. They had no idea.
No idea. And same thing at my job. I did that, and they were like crying because they was like, "I am so sorry that my ancestor did that to your people because you're such a nice person." And I was
Mhm.
like, "Well, you can't help history and you can't help what they did back then, but you can make a change and make a difference by starting today." So,
And another thing too, I don't know if you ever uh, is hidden colors. Have
mhm.
you watched that?
I watch Hidden Figures,
Now,
but
hidden
not Hidden
colors.
Colors.
Hidden colors. That's a whole nother.
Oh,
You
okay.
should hidden colors 1, 2, and 3. If you can
Okay.
get a hold of that,
And
honey,
4.
and 4. Okay, and
All
4.
right.
You will find out about how it's so much. It's so much to unfold in just this conversation. But
Right.
look for it and see if you can get it, and you will be enlightened. That's all I have to
Okay.
say.
Thank
Okay.
you for that,
Sounds good.
Sheila. I'm gonna come back to you. Cause if y'all are on our mobile app, now excuse me,
Mhm.
mobile app. If y'all are on our social network, let me bring that up. Let's look. Y'all giving me like lives on the plugs today. So if you on our social app, right? No, it's not Sunday dinner. Come on, Freddie. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all on Sunday dinner?
Universe.
Yes, Universe. There we go. Sankofa
Universe.
Universe. If you in
Sankofa Universe.
Sankofa Universe, go
Okay.
to this link. There we go. Oh, it ain't
Okay.
PS. There we go.
Oh, okay.
SankofaUniverse.com. That we
I've
have
been
our
Okay.
to
own
that one.
social network, y'all. That
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been
yeah,
to
we
that one.
hang out there and get down. But inside of there, I got the documentaries and all of that lined up on the left side. So you just go ahead and register. It's free. And you can get involved. But then all of these documentaries that we talk about, the stuff that you should already know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say it that way. The stuff that you should be familiar with, or somebody should have pointed you in this direction is where I'm trying to let my people know, right? Because there's a lot of stuff on YouTube that is there's wonderful information out there, but it's like, who has time to scour through it all? So inside of this platform, we dropped that, right? You got the Drop Squad on there. Listen, Brother Carl got caught up with the Drop Squad if y'all ain't seen that movie.
And Freddie, I want to also say something. It was in my research and everything, I found out that all of the Black History postage stamps have been discontinued because they were not getting the support for people buying enough of them. So even today, when I go to the post office, I ask them, I said, can I have Black History stamps? And they was like, don't too many people ask for those. And I said, well, I found out that they'd be discontinuing them. So I buy a book of them every time I need. Just, I don't care. I send a letter to somebody, put one of them stamps on there. And I said, I'm going to do it for my Christmas cards. I'm going to start sending out Christmas cards again, just so I can keep that going. Because when I hear that they're discontinuing them, it kind of, made me upset, because I was like, why would y'all discontinue? They said, because there's not being funded enough for them to keep them in stock.
Wow. Okay, thank you for sharing that. I was not aware, and I'm guilty. I don't send I don't send no mail. So
and that's what it's about, is that it's gonna be discontinued, because they said most people don't send mail. I said, well, I'm gonna start back to just sending cards, thank you cards, or I'm thinking about you cards.
Well, thank you cards, and I mean that is like, that's our community, right? That's so us elders need to definitely dive back into that. So yeah, people are saying thank you for that info. That's good. Come on, Brother Greg, come on back into the conversation. I got Brother Greg, Queen AJ, Sister Sheila, and then we probably gonna get up out of here in the next.
Hey, folks.
I don't know,
Hey there. I'm driving. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay. I'm actually wearing my shirt now. So there's Charles Drew right there.
I see it.
I was just in Best Buy while the call was going on, and two black people stopped me and asked me about the shirt, where I got it from, and I told them the kind of call we were on, and with Urban Intellectuals. I wanted to go to the basketball team thing real quick, because my brain, I have so many comments, but I can't. My great aunt, who just passed away not too long ago, Jane Jackson Harley, her father was Hal Jackson, one of the first black radio DJs in our country, who owned, I don't know if it's still an African American museum or not, but the only undefeated black basketball team in the country. So you probably have that in your history. Do you have that in your history thing?
I don't.
No, the lady who was just talking.
Oh.
Because she was saying something about basketball to black history. So that's Hal Jackson. And she made me think about that. I wanted to go back to a comment from like an hour ago of, I think it was Carl, who brought up when some people passed and he thought it was good for them, versus I wanted to say about the other side of it, because obviously that's something I've been dealing with my own family. There were some I found out on my own recently when I got my mother and drove her around D.C. She was telling me which other relatives passed and were able to work on the railroad. Some actually worked at the White House and things like that. They weren't necessarily passing to have a whole life. They passed enough to get a job, and they came home to their colored or black families, colored back then. But I have the other ones, as I said, that I've been meeting. When they passed, they all raised their kids to have a disdain for black people. And those are the ones that I'm dealing with right now. The ones that I said are very MAGA, very like I'm like, yo, you just as black as I am. You may have blue eyes, but you still black, and you can't. And they've even raised their younger kids that way. So I think, as far as passing is concerned, yeah, there was something where people were trying to pay the bills. Apparently, my father's father, he was able to work. My mother finally told me about it. Like, I don't know what job, but it was whatever kind of job was in D.C. you couldn't get unless you were white. So he was able to do that, but he had a black family that he came home to, and he never denied his blackness. Where some of his first cousins, nephews, whatever, I'm dealing with their relatives right now, even ones as young as in their 20s and 30s, who basically hate the fact that they're black and won't even admit.
You muted, brother. Some muted you.
Sorry, because I got the phone. Yeah, so I'm dealing with them, even the young ones that just like, they basically hate the fact they got black blood in them, or just won't even admit to it. And then I want to go to the medical stuff. Like, I went through that a lot when I was living in LA. This first time I ever encountered it. My doctors started putting me down for both, for the Caucasian and black, so that they were doing, because I have kidney issues, and so they were doing certain tests that said that if you were black, it's supposed to come in at this percentage, and if you're white, it's supposed to come in at that. I never dealt with that all my life. Because all my life, all my doctors were, you black. This is where, I never dealt with that. So it's very interesting how they look at us very differently in that way, in the testing. It was for my kidneys and a few other things that I'm dealing with. And then going back to the remedies, when we grew up, if you had the flu or fever or something like that, my grandmother used to, and my sister still did with her kids, you get a towel, you cut up some raw onions and put some, I think it's castor oil on them suckers, tied around your stomach, and you wake up in the morning, the onions are cooked and the fever's gone. That's how we grew up with like old remedies, So I working in the medical field, and I worked in entertainment. I think, Freddie, we talked about that a long time ago. I worked film and TV before I came here for almost 20 years. You see a lot of differences. They look at, I'm going through the medical stuff and jobs and loss of identity and people stealing things from you. I've seen so many black writers and black people in the field come in with ideas, and next thing you know, somebody's snatched them up. I get that even when I was performing and doing writing stuff on my own and stuff like that. You got to watch. Them folks will steal your stuff in a heartbeat. It'll be gone. So you really have to know the business of show. You got to know the business of show, not show business or any business. And the same thing medically, Ollie, because you mentioned, Freddie, I did not know this, which ties me in more to the Kids Foundation. I'm sorry to hear about your sister passing from sickle cell. And one of the things that we deal with the organization, when I did the research about two years ago, he tells me to call him Dr. Mike. They have actually found a cure for sickle cell disease and AIDS. It's a one-shot cure. I know the doctor who did it. I researched him for the Kids Foundation, Dr. Mike. So I'm in touch with him all the time.
Wow.
And you're fighting big pharma. You're basically fighting big pharma. Why would they approve the shot? Because they still making money. They have to find a disease to replace the disease. Is what it's coming down to. So I'm kind of jumping all over because I had so many comments on so many
I understand,
things.
brother. We understand.
So,
and the veterans of the show understand. We get it. Keep going.
That's kind of like my 2 cents worth on as much stuff as I can remember. It's interesting back and forth on the whole passing situation, the purpose behind it, but not only the purpose, but then the intent. Is it also self-loathing? I think there's also self-loathing for certain people, and then a racism against your own. That you like. We're in 2025, and I got cousins that are like barely 30. Still, we were in a group chat, and people blasted him on Facebook. We have a family because he's like used the word colored or something else, and he's like 30. My code, they went in when he used that word colored. They're like, wait, what did you just say? And they had, it's like that desensitized thing of what you are, and they were raised to be white, and they were rural, like Virginia white, like country, and so it's just very, very interesting all the way around. And I guess I tied in on everything. I don't know, but thank you for letting me chime back in. And that's why I wear this shirt. I wear this shirt, and I always talk about your stuff. No matter where I go, I wear these shirts, which I said get from Melanin Full. And I always tell people, because I love my games, as opposed to, like in my situation, be straight up, I'm not working right now, so finances are hard. But if I can help out a company by advertising their product, getting the word out, I will do that. Because that also, like Carl said, you got to give back. We eat, and we got to bring some crackers to the table, if nothing else. Some salt and pepper, something. So I am constantly talking about your company, Melanin Full, Actively Black, all of the different organizations that I personally have taken my credit card and put my last bit of dollars on it because I'm going to support my Black businesses. You got to put your money where your mouth is.
We appreciate you, brother. Definitely. Thank you for sharing it. And thank you for highlighting the point that if you're going to come to Sunday dinner, you need a notepad. You need a notepad because there's going to be a conversation you want to chime in on, and the discussion is going to move along. And you're gonna be like,
Yeah,
well, I need to mention that, and then you're gonna forget. I
yeah,
promise you, you need a notepad if you're gonna stick around.
right.
And if you fly
But
by
see, I'm
night,
driving too, and I'm driving. I was trying to remember. I was like, oh, let me try to remember this. Let me try.
yeah, you good, brother. You good
Yeah,
because you caught a lot of them, and them was at least an hour ago.
yeah.
There were
Now I'm about to
conversations.
run into the pet store, so I'm a mute and go into the pet store and just listen.
I appreciate you, man. This it was
Okay.
great. It was great, definitely. And you gave us a lesson, right? I gotta remember to say that in the beginning. Hey, get your notepad out because the conversation is gonna move. And like I said, it's not like I'm not totally structuring the discussion, right? So, the people take the conversation to a different place, and I got my brain clicks on a different level as well. So I might ask a question and I'm willing to go in that direction. So I love it. But
Absolutely.
Thank you
it
for that.
Absolutely.
great.
Do you mind if I share one more bit of information that's imperative?
Who was that?
This is Sheila.
Hey Sheila, how you doing? You had your hand up. I saw you.
Yeah, I had my hand up and then I put it down and I was trying to figure out how to get it back up, but I wanted to just share something really quick.
Go ahead. Come on.
Okay. The young lady that was talking about how her mom and various members of the family had breast cancer, just to share something with her, I have that same thing and found out that breast cancer and ovarian cancer are linked together. And I would highly recommend you do a genetic testing to see if you are part of the Lynch syndrome. That's like if you have a lot of cancers in your family, from lung cancer to colon cancer to breast cancer, do genetic testing if you can to see if you're part of the Lynch syndrome. I did that, but I'm not a part of it because my mom had 2 siblings that passed away from colon cancer. And I found out after I had my ovarian cancer that I have a 50-50 chance of getting breast cancer, and they wanted to do a mastectomy on me. And I told them no. So I'm finding this out. And then I had an event last year where the doctor talked about those that are mothers who had breast cancer, their sons are more likely to get prostate cancer, and they should be checked early. I wanted to share that with you guys.
I appreciate that. So thank you for that.
Okay.
I love it, man. Listen, we gotta look out for this. If you at grandma's table physically or virtually, right? Let's share the information that you have with the community. This is what we need. This is what we missing. I don't give a damn about your celebrity gossip. I don't care what rich people are doing. I want to be a rich person. I don't throw that out. And I wouldn't care if I would assume you wouldn't care what I was doing either, right? Once I'm a rich person. But we got issues here in our regular community, and we got solutions here amongst our regular community. So, like, let's have those conversations. That's why, again, I just appreciate this space, man. I appreciate y'all spending time with us. I got Sister Elaine coming back in. We got the young elder. My dad would call her a young woman, but so come on in here, young lady.
Okay, I'm still young. I haven't aged yet.
I hear that. I hear that.
I got so much going on here. Say I'm gonna be full by the time I won't be able to eat my other dinner because it's earlier here in California.
Oh, woo. You eating early then. We stuffed over here.
Off of here, and then I'm gonna have to sit down and eat some real stuff to
yeah.
Okay, but look, one thing that just thank Sheila for so much that she brought, but I did want to mention Black Health Matters. That's a dynamic group to get information from. They just finished doing their it was 3 or 4 day, and I'm sure I got to go check back on YouTube and see if some of those things that they spoke about are listed on YouTube. But like Sheila just said about women in the family that have things with cancer, that they did link that back to men having prostate cancer. So the more we can get out on that, the better it is. The last 2 things I want to say, we were talking about how do we intergenerationally, work with our young people. Someone was saying, well, they don't want to be talked at, and that's so true. They want to be talked with and listened to.
Yes.
So that's one of the things. Two things that I think I mentioned already, the Black History Beat. The Black History Beat is actually done through one of my educator sororities. We put together between 200 and 300 facts, broke it down into politics, inventions, religion. We have all different areas. But as I mentioned to you, once I started looking at your cards too, and all, I said, Lord, we don't have anything from before enslavement. So we got to put that in there. We're teaching not only, we don't have as many Black kids in that school district anymore. So participants range across all ethnicities now. But it is a good way, and maybe I can get that information to Alicia. I know because she probably has some things that we don't know about, and we probably have some things in there that they don't know about. And, it's like each one reach one, each one teach one, so we can build on that. The last thing that I wanted to say, a way that we have done, I work with a group called Empower You Edutainment. So it's education and entertainment combined. And what we do is the students, we have intergenerational people in there because I play grandma. These are actual plays that we put on. And the plays are based on history. So we go all the way back. These plays, because my friend who enacted this program, Empower You Edutainment, you can go online and look them up. She and another lady that used to teach in a predominantly white school district. They were fine arts teachers there, and they decided they wanted to do that. So one of our plays was Sankofa. It's a shame, I'm embarrassed to say, until I did the play with her, I did not have history about Sankofa. So now I know I was in that play. I didn't think I was an actress. She said, hey, just act from your heart. But the beauty of it is that we have a lot of young kids in there. I mean, our youngest was pre-kindergarten. And the kids, for the most part, we share the history, but in most cases, they write their own script. So doing plays, doing musicals, doing those types of things are another way to involve the young people. And, we all work together on it and then put the performance. If you get some grants, you don't even have to charge for the tickets. You just come. So that's what I wanted to share that we do.
Well, thank you for that. I would say don't be embarrassed for not knowing the word Sankofa, right? That is not a common phrase in our community, and is surely not a common phrase in the vernacular of America and its history, right? That is something that if we feel like it's important, we need to make sure that we're instilling into our children and our next generation. And that's pretty much why it's the center of urban intellectuals, right? Everything we do is built around the Sankofa principle. Because it just makes sense, right? Go back and get it, right? Go back and get that history, go back and get that culture and bring it forward with us into the future. So you're going to hear that a lot ad nauseum if you're around us, right? We think is hella important. And I'm glad that I said hella. Man, that was like a time period word, right? That's that 90s. Anyway, that it's like a really important thing that I think it's something that we need to put in the crux of our community. I would love if we picked up the Twi language, right? A West African language, so that we could better connect with the community and culture there. And all of us might not be from that area, but I think like that connection is important, and that expansion of knowledge and connection is important, right? Just like, oh, you better learn Spanish. Right. You want to go to Europe, you need to learn Italian or French or this and that. Why can't you learn Twi? Right? Why not?
Yes.
Why shouldn't we send our children and encourage them to get into Africa, the continent with all the world's resources, with the big, I don't know if y'all really understand what's happening on the continent of Africa. It's always been the jewel of the world, and particularly over the next 50 years, it is the jewel of the world because this is where all of the expansion is coming from. The rest of the world, not all of it, but particularly Europe and even China, has a negative birth rate. Like they are dying off literally, and these areas have no resources, y'all. Like when I'm talking about digging in the ground and getting things that are useful out of the ground and being useful in society, they're all in Africa. Not all, but 60, 70% of them are literally in Africa. Africa has a average age of 19 years old on the continent. Africa is projected, it's not projected, it's going through the industrial revolution right now. They're guesstimating over the next by 2055, 2065, somewhere between low estimates are 400 to 800 million people are going through the industrial revolution, meaning they're going from poverty into the middle class. For context, America went through the Industrial Revolution 150 years ago, and 35 million people went from poverty to the middle class, and it made them a world power. And something 10 to 20, potentially larger, is happening on the continent right now. So if you're not interested in the continent individually, you are being selfish because you're not thinking about your grandchildren or your great great grandchildren that's going to have to navigate this world in front of us. And the facts of the matter is, the jewel is Africa. It always has been. So if we pick up a language, we pick up insight, we start to travel there, we start to build a bridge and a connection, you start to build an opportunity for people who have forgotten who they were in the first place. There is a lot of discussion I've noticed in the tea leaves of the internet that we're not African. You're not African people. You're indigenous to the Americas. Until there's some scientific proof that shows something different, which I don't know if you rock with urban intellectuals, but we have historians and scientists on staff that talk about this very issue and that debunk all of that conversation about being indigenous to the Americas. Now, I'm not going to say Christopher Columbus was the first one over here because that's ridiculous.
It's a
And
lie.
asinine. But if we're going to go into the history and the culture of it all, you're not indigenous to this land. That's not to discredit any individual that has hundreds of years of experience on this hemisphere, right? So let me be clear with that. But the root goes back to the continent. And if you want to argue about that, I would say argue with somebody else because I'm not going to spend my time or energy and have that conversation. I'm going to lean into the future, and the future is the continent. And if we want to connect, because what we have here in America as African Americans or quote unquote African Americans is money. Because no matter how you feel about your financial situation, I'm getting out of here, y'all. But no matter how you feel about your financial situation, you rich. And if you don't understand that you rich, that just tells me you don't travel enough. Because if once you start to travel the world, you start to understand, oh my God, we have an ungodly amount of wealth, even as the middle class, lower middle class, right? You're doing 60, $70,000 a year, like a household income. You are ungodly wealthy when it comes to the world, right? Now, you don't got to believe me. All you got to do is start traveling. It'll become apparent to you immediately. Now, the question starts to become, what are you doing with that money? And then how do you pass that along to the next generation? And how do we start to utilize that? We can have those conversations as well, but you have an ungodly amount of money, and it's actually asinine when you start to see how other people are living. But two, the next generation, if we talk about the internet making things small, then you have no concept of what AI is doing to the world. Because if the internet made the world small, the AI is about to make the world minuscule. Like we are all here with one another. And the opportunities that we have are incredible. Because as African Americans, again, let me get back to it. We got money, but we got intellect. We are a sharp group of people. We are resilient as all get out. And then we are the culture that moves the world. But everybody else is benefiting on the culture and the creations that we make popular, right? So it's time for us to start getting into the diaspora. It's time for us to start getting into the world and engaging it, right? Which is, I got here because I started talking about the Twi language and learning it. But imagine landing on a continent and speaking the language. Imagine, not you, maybe not you. Imagine your grandchildren or your great grandchildren landing on the continent, having abundance of wealth, which is what we have here in America, and showing up on the continent ready to engage in a native dialect. It just hits differently. If you think you're going to land in France and speak French and they're going to greet you differently, which they will, just imagine the impact on the continent. That's the fastest growing continent. It is the last emerging continent on the planet. Um, it has all of the world's resources. They're going through the industrial revolution. Sometimes I don't understand how we don't get it. Like the opportunity is right here in front of us, right? And we want to cling on to a society that hates you with everything that it has in it. And I respect those individuals that say, my forefathers and mothers died for this place. I ain't going nowhere. You don't got to go nowhere. Give your children an opportunity to make a choice. You don't even got to give up your citizenship. Don't buy into this bullshit about, well, if you don't like it, you need to give up your citizenship. Like, that's ridiculous. Why would I give up my citizenship? If y'all gonna be the bully on the block, why wouldn't I have the bully's passport when I earned it? But why wouldn't I gain another passport? I got two passports right now. I'm working on 3 and 4, right? I want more because I want security on a global scale that is unsecure. We don't know what's going to happen. America is in, if you really study the economics, right? If you y'all want to dig into it, there's a brother named, well, not a brother, a white boy named Ray Dalio. He's a billionaire. Ray Dalio got a book. Well, just Google Ray Dalio. And he got like a bunch of YouTube talks, but he's got a book, a new book out called oh man, let me Google it real quick. Y'all know I like to give y'all good stuff though. Let's see. Ray Dalio.
Spell his last name.
Ray Dalio, Dall or Dalio. The Changing World Order. Oh no, the new book is How Countries Go Broke, the Big Cycle. Let me share what it looks like. Y'all, and I mean, like if y'all know, y'all get down with me. I'm always into something, but I'm gonna move it over here to this window. So this is Ray Dalio. Dalio is how you pronounce it. That's the dude. Here's the book. This is his new book. The Changing World Order is an interesting one, but you can Google his name. It'll come up on YouTube. And he got he got lectures. He's been talking about this stuff. It's all on YouTube. You ain't even got to buy the book. You can just Google his name and it could come up. Principles was an interesting book. Changing World Order was something interesting, but How Countries Go Broke, the Big Cycle is really the one that I'm really kind of referencing and talking about today. So America is in this cycle. Like whether you Oh, it's never gonna happen in our lifetime. And America's the greatest country. Like, I don't know, man. Like, but historically, when you look at the fall of civilizations, America is going through this particular pattern. This is what it looks like, right? And I ain't gonna try to explain it all. You're gonna have to dive down the rabbit hole. My question is, if America was no longer the world's dominant currency, right? Meaning the world outside of America traded everything that they had in dollars. They gave that up and said, we don't want to trade our oil in dollars no more. We're going to use the yuan. We're going to use this other thing. We're going to use Bitcoin. What happens to a country's currency when it goes from the world's number one and it loses its position? There's a history of this. This is why I love history, because you can just study what has happened. So what happens to a currency when it's devalued, when it goes from number one to no longer being number one? What happens to the citizens and the value that they think they have when this happens? Then all I can tell you is it ain't good. It ain't pretty for your 401ks, for your real estate, for your stock market, for your savings account, for the money up under your mattress, for your businesses, for all of that. It doesn't mean that it goes to zero, but woo-wee, it ain't pretty. And America is in that cycle. Now he talks about what America can do to come up out of that cycle. And a lot of it is printing more money, y'all, which we're experiencing. This is why you see the cost of everything going up. You think it's because, oh, Trump and this and that. No, they just print more money, but they was printing more money under Obama. They was printing more money under the first Trump administration. They was printing more money under Biden. They're printing more money now. This is why the inflation is happening. This is why your taxes going up. This is why a Burger King meal costs $12. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily because anything costs more. Your dollar is worth less. So with that type of environment going on, what can we do for our children or our grandchildren or our great grandchildren? What does a forward thinking elder in the family start to consider? And what you start to find is what the rich are doing. They're diversifying their money into other currencies outside of the country. Because rich people ain't gonna lose their money, y'all. I don't know if you figured out what's been going on the planet. They're all in cahoots, right? But they're all doing particular things. So you can study and watch them and then hopefully take your coins and do something similar. Because if a fall happened, we're the ones that's in trouble. If I got $22 billion and it go down to $11 billion, I mean, I'm a little salty, but it ain't the end of the world for me, right? But if I got $22,000, right? It just ain't gonna hit the same, right? Like we all in trouble. So anyway, I don't know. I kind of got way off basis here, but I want you to start thinking like from a global perspective because our community, we're wrapped up so much in America and America not wrapped up in you. America not even wrapped up in its white folks.
Hey,
So you already know where that leaves us. So we got to start thinking outside of the American box. This is why I love the principle of saying, I'm gonna bring it all the way back. That's why I love the principle of saying, Kofa, this is why I love reconnecting with the continent. Because we got to start thinking out, we got to start thinking about ourselves and thinking globally. Because it's no empire has lasted forever. I don't think that's something that is a conversation that we have a lot. No empire has lasted forever. So no matter hey man, America is not gonna let it go. They're not going to give it up. They still got the world's bully military on the planet. So I'm thinking they can make it run a little bit longer. But the only reason it's ran this long is not because of American ingenuity and intelligence and God's on our side and all of that. It's because you got the biggest military on the planet. But like those rice farmers showed them in Vietnam, you can drop bombs, you can do all of that. But at some point, you're going to have to come and put boots on the ground. And they've shown that guerrilla warfare can work against the big bully. But what happens when the world decides they tired of your shit? They tired of your shit. And this is what you increasingly start to see happening in the global economic sphere. Everybody is tired of America's shit. Trump is not helping any of this, right? But I don't want to put all of this on Trump because they was tired of America's shit when Obama was in power, right? When Biden was in power. People are tired, and you find this out when you travel the world. It's interesting traveling the world as an African American because they always be like, why y'all stay there? They be like, because they're mostly like, they understand we just in the middle of all of this. So they just wonder, well, why do you stay in that environment? But most of us stay because we're scared, because the devil is better than the one that you fear. Come on, Carl, come get in here because I keep going, brother.
No, man, you said something, and then as you went on, like I think it's really good. This point that I bring up, something I tell the young people, you use the word ungodly prophets, right? Ungodly rich. I'm gonna tell you something.
Ungodly.
There's no amount of money in the hands of a godly person that's ungodly. That's why we gotta have it, because of what you just said. See, there's no amount of money in the hands of an ungodly person that's godly. Whether it's a penny, whether it's $1 billion. If they ungodly, it's ungodly. Period. We're godly rich because we got a calling. Deuteronomy 8:18 says it, right? To establish a covenant on the earth. He gave us the power to create wealth. So there's no amount of money that you can have, Brother Freddie, that's ungodly. It could be $1 billion, million, $1 trillion. Because of the work you're doing, because of the way you want to help, it ain't ungodly at all. As long as we doing his work, doing his will, we got to do it. So like I tell my kids, you can't use ungodly prophets. You can't use obscene prophets, filthy rich, fat cat. None of those words are allowed in our vocabulary because what we do, we got purpose. So as we talk about it, because what it does subconsciously, it associates having a lot with bad. Nah, we good. You see what I'm saying? The things that we building, because as you said, all this stuff that's going on, like it's because they doing this, the ungodly got the money and they strategizing together. So yeah, they got ungodly, but it's only because they are ungodly. But when we come in rooms like this and we building and we giving and we growing, you see what I'm saying? It ain't nothing but godliness going on because of why we're doing it. We're doing it to help our people. We're doing it to help God's people. We're doing it for his purposes, his plans, his laws, his precepts, the reason that he did it. So our mindset has to be that every amount that we do is godly, because then we know that his strength is going to help us to do it. So like when you talk about this, we going and investing in Africa and taking our money, diversifying it and growing it, it's all going to be godly. If you outpace Bill Gates, it's still godly. See, Solomon was seen as the wisest and richest, you know what I'm saying? And there wasn't nothing ungodly about it, because why? He was building God's temple. Wasn't nothing ungodly about that. Only thing that's ungodly is the purpose. And we ain't got no ungodly purposes. We're not trying to sit here and push nobody else down. Yeah, you might want to topple some things that ain't right, but that's scriptural too. You see what I'm saying? We're using that brain. Yes, people say the power is my favorite. But
yeah. You know that made me smile.
Look, you see what I'm saying? So we when we talk and you talking about us growing it and taking it and putting it where it's supposed to be, it's all God. Yeah, we gonna invest it, we gonna get bread. I'm trying to tell you, bruh, I'm going, you know I'm gonna hit 7 figures. You know I'm gonna hit 8 figures. I'm hitting 9 figures. Like I'm trying to be a unicorn out this joint. Why? Because I got purpose. My purpose stares me in my face when I'm talking to you. I got it right behind me so I can see it. So yeah, everything about what you're saying and what we got to do is godly. He's called us to do it. That's why we itch so much when we talk about it. That's why we push so hard to do it. That's why you be like, y'all, I don't know what y'all see. Y'all do. Like, it's because it's like you see you see what's happening, you see where it's going, and it's like you ain't trying to go by yourself. Like I know the circles you in, I know the people you play spades with, all that kind of stuff. But yet and still, you still hollering at folks like me. You see what I'm saying? You ain't like, look, I can get mine. Let me go over to Africa, build me my mansion and chill out and dig for gold over here. Nah, you having conversations in the room. That's godly. So yeah, so let's say somebody do be like, look, I need to figure out how to put $1 million in mama's plate, right? That's godly. You got it. So I'm like, look, y'all, ain't nothing ungodly about the amount of money. It's a God, because we got it. It's what's ungodly about the people who do it. Them diamonds be on some other stuff. But us, yo, we godly with this joint, man. Let's do that. So as you was talking, that's what just came to my heart. Like once we recognize that it's for purpose that we getting it, and it is godly, it's easier for us because then we don't have that cognitive dissonance inside of us that says, well, maybe I won't be good when I get up here. But we recognize that you follow you wherever you go. So if you good getting it, you gonna be good when you got it. So that was it.
I like it. Come on with it, brother. They saying they clap their hands hurt. They clapping so hard. Extra piece of sweet potato pie for you. All right, Sister Sheila, come on in. Bring us home.
Okay, I just wanted to share one more bit of information in reference to wealth. I found out I don't know if it's like this in other states, but in the state of Tennessee, if you own property, it's best for you to have a living trust to hold on to your property, and so your kids or whoever you leave it to will not have to pay taxes, and it will protect your land. I convinced my mom to do this, so she has 4 rental properties here in Tennessee, and she put it all in a living trust, just like I put my property in a living trust. But that's the way to go. Otherwise, if you have it where it goes through probate, a lot of times the attorney fees and everything, it will take pretty much a lot of the money.
By
but it's best
everything,
to have a
y'all,
living trust.
By everything, y'all, she means taxes. I mean, because that's the battle, right? So no, that's good. That's good information, and thank you for that, Sheila. Because here go another Sheila introducing another conversation we need to have here at Sunday dinner, right? Like, let's just get the experts out. Let's get the legal team out. Let's have a conversation about how to legally hide your money from taxes, right? This is the game. If you're gonna generate anywhere, thank you, Sheila. I'll take you out, but unless you got something else, you want to share? You good?
No, I'm good. That's all I wanted to share.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm wrestling or I'm coming to grips with is we got reach into wonderful rooms and experts that we can have these conversations with, and they can come in and like lay out the explanation, right, for what Sister Sheila is talking about, and even what I'm talking about, right, or even beyond that, because there are brilliant Black people that already have figured this out. But live in trust, right? There, if an organization never dies, there's nothing that has to pass hands, and if it doesn't pass hands, meaning I die, I leave something to my children, there's never a taxable event. And as long as there's no taxable events, there's no tax, right? So a living trust means there's an entity that's living, that's there forever, and somebody has control of it. So I control the living trust now, then I die, but when I die, the control of the living trust pass to my child or whomever the case may be. But there's never a taxable event. So there's no tax that happens. These are like simple economic principles that we should know, right? And Carl, maybe you should add that to, your Rising Founders Club to get them to understand how to pass along a business tax-free because the ownership never passes hands because it's always in the trust and the control of the trust moves on. Queen AJ, come on in here. What say you, young lady?
AJ, it's her now. Mama AJ here.
Mama in the building.
Yeah, we were having some family time as well, talking to grandparents around here, so I was handling that. One of the things that I will say, I enjoy, like my daughter was saying, being able to be in this group because we're not dealing with that toxic behavior, listening to you all express a way of doing things where each generation we're not starting over. That plagued us for a while, and it still is in some, more poverty mindsets and things of that nature. But from generation to generation, everybody's having to start over with everything, and we're wondering why we can't get ahead because people keep saying that. Oh well, they had money, they worked a good job, they did this. Why aren't things changing? And this is one of the things that I've noticed, that for most of us, that's what happens. Everybody's starting over from zero. There's a post going viral or a video going viral on YouTube now with a dad saying, yeah, my son's still gonna have to go to the bank to take out a loan on the house. Now I ain't gonna put it up for sale, but I'm gonna sell it to him and he gonna have to get a loan. And I was just, people were saying, yeah, thumbs up, saying that was a good thing, as if, hey, he needs to, he's a man, be a man, pay for what you, and it's like, we can't continue to do that and then expect for us to move along in life. And people say, oh, we're complaining about things. We're complaining about the same things, or what some of the elders would say, oh, you're lazy. No, you're not. It's not about laziness. It's about, why are we doing the same thing over and over and over? And at some point, we just insane, because from generation to generation, we keep doing the same thing, especially, in times of loss or in times of need, or there are particular family members. That's another thing that causes the issue where we're dealing with, where certain people on one side of the family get everything. They can get it and they take it and they keep it away from the other side of the family. Even though, hey, we all have rights to it, technically speaking. If grandma left the house to these three, but they moved in and now they won't never move out. And if somebody need help, then they not letting them move in when they need the help. So grandma left something, but we're not following grandmother's wishes or granddad's wishes. And then we're wondering why we're repeating the cycle and we're complaining about the same thing in our families from generation to generation. And people really have to stop doing that. We really do.
Yes. Yes. Well, I'm declaring we done. We done with that. We moving on. And we gonna get it right, right? And we're gonna start by, educating ourselves inside of our communities and building and growing and doing the right things, right? Because it's not hard, it's not difficult. It's just about consistency and doing these small little things, right? Like Sister Sheila talked about, right? A living trust, getting some life insurance on the child when they're born and understanding why that's important. Investing $1,000 a year in the child's investment account over the first 20 years of their life, right? Spending $20,000 over 20 years to make sure that they have a $500,000 in investments, not let alone their life insurance policies. These are small, simple things that you can do that you just need to be exposed and aware of. And this is the stuff, to be honest, right? Like we're talking about inside of our legacy program. I don't even really speak about the Sankofa Legacy program that we're doing, but we'll get to that another day. And the legacy program members, like this is building out. I want to create like a nice little blueprint that when your child is born, your grandchild is born, your great grandchild is born, you just do X, Y, and Z, and that's it. And I heard Boyce Watkins talk about this. Follow Boyce if y'all don't mess with Boyce. I love that brother there. But by 25, every child in your family should be independently wealthy. If you're spending like $1,000 a month on them in
Should
the
be.
right ways, these are like simple things that we can do, but we're not aware of it. Now, my children might be listening. Might be like, Dad, you ain't do that. I ain't independently wealthy. Right? Well, Dad didn't know, buddy, because guess what? By 25, Dad wasn't independently wealthy either. But now that Dad is aware, now that next generation, that grandchild, my grandchildren should never have to struggle and strive like we ever had to, right? Because we should be making these intelligent decisions. And neither should yours. So, like, let's just get serious, right? And I want to challenge you. One, I want to challenge you to show up. Yeah, he just had the conference in Atlanta. Man, I love that brother Boyce. If y'all don't know Boyce, that's my man, right? 100 grand.
Freddie, he's from my hometown. You know I follow him.
Louisville, Kentucky.
He's from Louisville, Kentucky, man. He had to get out of here though, but it's all good. But I love his platform. He graduated from Ballard High School, where a person by the name of Allen Houston came out of.
Allen
That happened
Houston
to be
played for
one of
Detroit. I'm from Detroit.
right. I had to guard him. That's another topic.
Good luck with that one.
Right. I love y'all. I got to go, man. But
I appreciate you, brother. I'm out of here too, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, but yeah, mess with Boyce, y'all get it down with him. Hey, show up tomorrow. I'm gonna drop one more time.
Yes.
Stolen Identity event. We are in the building. Come on and get down with us. But I want you to know, you show up tomorrow, it's gonna be a little bit of a different event, right? I'm gonna challenge you. I was getting at it a little bit today. Come on.
It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire.
Before you go, Freddie, I did want to just say that my husband is also from Louisville, Kentucky, and we did go to, this is our 5th year attending his All Black National Conference, and it was wonderful. And I think that we have to do more of that kind of networking. Dr. Boyce Watkins, as well as Dr. George Frazier, they are trying to elevate our community. And we need to be connected. I listen to you, I listen to him, I'm involved with both. And so all three, I'm involved with all three. Because I was going to ask you, do you do something similar to a conference or a convention where people can come together and we can share these ideas and have workshops and webinars and seminars on investing and on working together? We need to put people together. We need to network. We need to use our resources. I may be good in accounting and someone else is good in legal or whatever, and we come together and do our businesses together. So that's something that I think is very good that our community does. But I just wanted to mention that since you mentioned his name, I wanted to let people know that is an excellent conference. The next one will be in Brooklyn in October. I know Brooklyn, New York is a little bit more expensive. It was in Atlanta this year, Chicago last year, Atlanta the year before, and North Carolina the year before that. But I just wanted to share that. And, again, maybe we can do some more collaborations because your travel person does the trips. I can't think, Jay Cameron. He does the trips for you and he does the trips for Boyce. We went to Ghana back in July. Beautiful. And it was a life-changing experience.
Life-changing.
So we need to do more collaboration. I just wanted to share that since you mentioned his name.
I love it.
My email is in the thread. I might know of your husband. I might have even worked with him in some capacity or something. But yeah, send me an email, and I definitely want to be a part of it myself.
Ronald Triplett. Okay, I will. He was supposed to go to Male High School, but got bused over to Atherton. You familiar?
But either way, Atherton is one of the highest academic high schools in America. That's why our judges and lawyers go and keep us in slavery. That was too much information.
Well, no, he was forced bust, and he is an engineer now, so he is smart.
Right, he's smart. Yeah, my daughter graduated from Male High School. She's in the United States Navy, almost straight A student, and she graduated with national honors out of Male. So Male and Atherton are one of the most highest academics. Yeah. So let me get out for it, man. We'll go to about 8. Yeah, Freddie. Man, we have to give him our debit cards tonight, man. Freddie, you have to get us out of here, man. Come on, man. We got to go, man. I love y'all, man. That ain't nothing y'all can do about it. I love y'all. I'm gone, man. I gotta get some of Mama's pie, man.
Yeah. Well, Grandma about to throw y'all out anyway, but
I know
I
y'all got to go
appreciate.
home, but you got to get out of here.
Yeah, gotta go home. But I appreciate y'all. No, I love Boyce though. I always shout that brother out. We should do more together. Now we should. People been challenging me to do some live events. We're gonna do some stuff, y'all. We're gonna do some live Sunday dinners around the country. So that's what's coming probably for next year, if not earlier this year.
Freddie,
Yeah.
Freddie, you got my information. I will volunteer to help organize that. I've done conferences before. I'm an AKA, I'm a top lady, I'm a silhouette. I've done conferences. So let me help you with that. We need to put something together.
And I can help you too. I have a lot of
Freddie,
networking and
Freddie,
event planning
I also,
experience.
yes. Freddie, you ought to assemble a team, a dream team. I myself and many others have expertise in event planning. Yes, Freddie. So utilize your team. I'll be the 12th man, which I've never been in my life, but it happens.
I love that. Well, I
You got my email.
I definitely appreciate that, and I know it's time for us to get together. It is time.
If we do it for Caucasians and make them hundreds of millions of dollars, we can do it for ourselves, Freddie.
Yeah, come to
Everybody on this.
Nashville.
Oh, is that Miss Sheila?
Yes.
Miss Sheila, I'm not a stalker, but I got your number.
Y'all got idler cameras clapping.
Ooh, yes.
She know how long. She know how long everybody's been asking.
Nashville ain't that far from her down, so I'm definitely gonna sneak up. Yeah. Nashville.
I put my information in the chat. Hold on to it. The rest of your dream team folks follow suit.
Right.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
Man.
We will drop your info in the chat if you're interested in assisting. But yeah, all right, let's get it together. All right. I know I've been playing around with this game for so long.
No, you've been planning, man. Don't crucify yourself, Freddie.
I gotta jump in and Freddie, let me jump in because I gotta roll. This is Greg.
Go ahead, bro.
Thank you again. It's been great. And I hope to hear from you on the Kids Foundation situation. And it's great speaking with everybody. I also do event planning. I was a location manager for film and TV for almost 20 years. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all got my email. Hit me up. Let's do it. I've been trying to get it together with you and the other companies for a while. So everybody, peace. I got to go. I got my peach cobbler to go and my cinnamon ice cream.
And my cinnamon ice cream
y'all be good. Okay. So peace, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes.
Peace, everybody.
Yes, Greg.
We catch you tomorrow. Make sure you come out to the Stolen Identity event. Let me drop that link one more time. I thought I had saved it, but anyway, I didn't. But I appreciate y'all being here, man. What a conversation, right? It's just wild how the conversation go all over the place. But again, this is why I think it is a wonderful experience, because this is what we need. We got a lot on our minds. We got a lot on our plates, and we got a lot to deal with. But the good thing is we're capable, we're ready, and we're the people for this, right? And we're in this moment. This is our chance. This is our opportunity. Now, I want you to know tomorrow it's going to be a little bit different. I know a lot of times we do like history, it'd be like motivational. It's going to be some chin checking. Like we coming for you tomorrow, right? I just want you to know that, right? I want you to know we coming for you tomorrow. I'm coming for you. I'm going to come out the gate hard. I'm coming for you. Brother Jamal got this neuroscience conversation that I need you to hear on what's happening to the brain, not only for yourself, but for your young people, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your children, the next generation, like what is really happening. And then Sister Gwen just gonna check your spirit. She gonna try you, right? What I'm learning about Sister Gwen is a quiet church, God-fearing revolutionary, right? Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you about to find out.
You're going to find out.
You about to find out. Storm. That's what she is, the quiet storm.
That's what she is. Hey, look, did I nail it though? I think she just, what's the Queen AJ gonna know? Nah, it's probably too old for Queen AJ too, but one of the rappers be like, mask off. They be like, mask off. like you're gonna take the mask off. I'm gonna stop playing with y'all. I'm gonna take the mask off. Gwen taking the mask off tomorrow, right? I want y'all to know. She
gonna peel all those layers of the onion. She gonna peel all of them.
She
every single one.
every single
down
one.
to the root.
It's gonna be a good discussion, right? I know what you're talking about. Yeah. She coming for y'all, man. But I'm gonna try to make sure I lay it up and dunk it home. But like, let's show up. Let's have a good time tomorrow. Invite somebody if you got a friend or a cousin that can enjoy our engagement. But I'm looking forward to it, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed, get the rest, get rest my
What time is it tomorrow?
so I can bring it for you tomorrow.
1 o'clock. Okay.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 1 to 4 is our allotted time. But I'm gonna be on time tomorrow.
Okay.
It's gonna be
messing with y'all on Sunday dinner, like 2 hours.
Okay.
It's
All right,
always
gonna be fire.
Yes, we coming with it. I appreciate y'all. So
And
y'all
bring
know what
your
it is. Till
big
till
girl
tomorrow.
panties.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Yes,
Did
love,
you see the
peace,
link
and
for the
power to
African
the
travel?
people.
No, I didn't get the information about the African travel. Where is
he put the link in there.
I dropped it in the comments. Let me drop it again.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because I know
If you
you
see Sankofa experiences, I'm gonna drop it one more time.
Okay, so that's the part. I think I got that part. So that's the
that's
travel
our,
part.
Travel. That's the travel.
Okay. Great.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just check that link out. They give you all the information. If you have any questions, you can always shoot us an email.
Okay.
I'll drop the email support. If you do support at Urban Intellectuals.
Okay. Thank you.
.com. Yeah.
And I'll get somebody to drop my email in there tomorrow because I cannot see on the chat to put anything in, but tomorrow because I need my soror to get that information, my information.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Well, I
I got an ink
appreciate
pen
y'all.
right now. You can yell it out. I got my ink pen handy.
Okay, all right. Gabriel, Gabriel Roberta, Roberta, the numeral 1 at gmail.com.
I got you. I'll talk
All
to you.
right. All
Thanks.
right. Sounds good. Woo. Till tomorrow.
Bam. Till tomorrow, everybody. Peace and blessings.
Peace and
All right
blessings.
now.
Blessed day, peace and
See
blessings.
y'all
Appreciate
tomorrow.
y'all.